I killed a person. After I got home, I played with the kids and toys while watching the murder news on TV. Richard said these words expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. Richard was a real monster. He was a cruel sadist, a serial killer who claims to have murdered more than 200 victims. But before his crimes were exposed, everyone thought he was a good husband and a loving father. Do you liken yourself to an assassin? An interviewer once asked Richard this question. Assassin? It sounds so exotic, Richard replied with a hint of amusement and a small smile. His face then turned serious, and he said, I was just a murderer. By now, you know what I liked most was the hunt, the challenge of what the thing was. The killing for me was secondary. I got no rise as such out of it, for the most part, but the figuring it out, the challenging, the stalking and doing it right successfully, that excited me a lot. The greater the odds against me, the more juice I got out of it. In 1930, Jersey City, New Jersey, a Polish man and an Irish woman formed a family. They had 4 children in total, and Richard was the second child. This serial killer's childhood was filled with pain and fear. His father was an alcoholic and abusive man with extremely unstable emotions, who frequently beat family members. His mother was a typical two-faced person. When faced with her husband, she was too timid to resist. When faced with Richard, this woman became extremely strict and often beat Richard with a broom. But for Richard, his father was a shadow he would never forget for the rest of his life. One day in 1941, Richard, almost 6 years old, witnessed his father, as if he had lost his mind, beating Richard's older brother, incessantly until the brother stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground. The young boy did not know what death this word meant. He only knew his brother had never returned. And his parents kept repeating to him, his older brother had fallen down the stairs, which was an accident that no one had expected. Living in this family, Richard was deeply influenced by his parents. He accepted the violence he suffered and returned it to the whole world. At the age of 10, Richard tortured and dismembered nearby cats and stray dogs, fantasizing about killing his father. In addition to his parents, Richard was also the target of bullying by problem teenagers due to his short stature. In 1948, after suffering a new round of bullying, Richard, in a fit of rage, grabbed a wooden stake from the roadside and began smashing it repeatedly against the boy who had bullied him, named Chase. Minutes later, Richard came to his senses, but Chase was already lying in a pool of blood. To prevent the police from identifying the body, Richard, only 13 years old, calmly pulled out Chase's teeth, chopped off his fingers with an axe, and then threw his body off a bridge. The murder plunged Richard into darkness. He chose to drop out of school and began to sustain himself through theft. Soon after, Richard established connections with the Gambino crime family. That's because Richard owed money to a member of this family named Roy. Since Richard did not repay the money on time, Roy sent people to beat him up. And then, Richard's physique and his tolerance for pain left a deep impression on Roy. At this point, Richard was no longer a frail young boy, but a fierce and burly man. He stood at 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Later, Richard paid off his money, and Roy considered Richard his partner in crime, putting him to work selling illegal pornographic materials, robbing and beating up those who had not repaid their money. Over time, Richard's ferocity, physique, and speed in handling difficult situations caught Roy's attention. Roy wanted Richard to help the crime family do more, but Richard didn't kill anyone. He could turn into a police informant in any time. So Roy took Richard to a street, randomly selected a passerby walking his dog, ordered Richard to take him out. Without questioning the order, Richard took the gun, walked up behind the passerby, shot him in the back of the head. After that, Richard not only became Roy's favorite executioner, but also a professional contract killer, working for crime families in New York City and New Jersey. Jersey City is located in the northeastern part of New Jersey, just a few minutes' drive from Manhattan, the heart of New York City. Since 1954, Richard began regularly traveling from Jersey City to New York City, constantly prowling the west side of Manhattan in search of victims. Richard usually works for criminal families, but he has one rule: he can kill men without hesitation, but he will not kill women or children. Later, Richard recalled, Once, when he was about to kill a man, the man gave up resisting and knelt down to pray to God. Because Richard's mother was Catholic, so he told the man, "You have 30 minutes to pray to God and see if he will come and save your life." But God never showed up and he never changed the circumstances, and that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing. I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way. It was one of the only times Richard ever expressed remorse for his actions. Richard's modus operandi was extremely varied. Shootings, stabbings, strangulations, poisonings, beatings, or various other weapons. It was said that his favorite was a nasal spray bottle filled with cyanide. Moreover, Richard would always ensure to remove the victim's fingers and teeth to prevent the police from identifying them. In 1961, an 18-year-old girl named Barbara graduated from high school and took a job as a secretary at a trucking company in New Jersey. At this time, 26-year-old Richard was already divorced. After meeting the charming Barbara, he began to pursue her relentlessly. On their first date, Richard brought Barbara flowers and gifts and invited her on a second date. Soon, the girl could see Richard waiting for her at the company entrance every evening after work and holding flowers in his hands. In September 1961, Richard and Barbara got married, but Barbara did not know. Richard had allegedly committed about 65 murders during this period. In 1970, they had already had 2 daughters and a son. In the eyes of neighbors, Richard was a rich businessman. Not only did he purchase a beautiful house with a swimming pool, but also sent all his children to expensive private schools. In everyone's eyes, Richard was more of a loving husband and caring father. He didn't drink excessively, didn't use drugs, didn't have relationships with other women, enjoyed spending quality time with his family, wrote poems for his daughter, and always took his family to Disneyland for fun. But these things only exist on the surface. Richard had hardly ever done any legitimate work. He simply earned enough money through crime to provide his family with a comfortable life. And in Barbara and the children's eyes, he was a typical two-faced person with 2 personalities. During the interview, Barbara said, "Everyone who had met Richard thought she was the luckiest person in the world, with weekly bouquets of flowers, new jewelry, and a $12,000 raccoon coat. But the truth was not so good." Although Richard always behaves well, he occasionally exhibits unpredictable angry outbursts. Before they were married, once, Barbara and Richard were sitting in the car. She told Richard she wanted to see other people. Hearing this, Richard flew into a rage. He stabbed her in the back with a hunting knife and told her she belonged only to him, threatened to kill her entire family, and then strangled her until she lost consciousness. In reality, Barbara married Richard not only because of his threats, and also because she believed she could change him. However, reality told her that Richard would not change. During their marriage, Richard broke her nose 3 times, and on one occasion, he even tried to run her over with his car. Richard also emotionally abused the children. For example, when his daughter came home late, Richard killed her dog in front of her. Although Richard never physically abused the children, it was not because he did not want to, but because Barbara threatened Richard that if he physically abused the children, she would kill him. For decades, Richard maintained the facade of a family man by completely compartmentalizing his life. He never disclosed any information about his personal life, family, or address to the criminals he worked with, nor did he engage in any social activities outside of work. However, as he grew older, Richard made a fatal mistake. He ran a burglary group, which was the key to his eventual arrest. In 1984, an informant told the police that one of the burglary group who frequently committed burglaries in northern New Jersey was named Richard. After investigation, the police discovered that Richard not only led a burglary group, but was also linked to 5 unsolved murder cases: George, Paul, Smith, Daniel, and Maskey, and 2 of whom were Richard's accomplices. Although Richard claimed to have committed over 200 murders in his lifetime, he was only convicted of these 5 murders. The first victim, 42-year-old George. On January 30th, 1980, Richard lured George into a transaction under the pretext of selling pornographic tapes. During the transaction, Richard murdered George. On February 5th, Richard found a 55-gallon steel drum. He severed the tendons in George's legs and forced George's body into the drum. To avoid suspicion, he discarded it near a chemical plant. The second victim, 51-year-old Paul. On April 29, 1982, Paul, a pharmacist, entered a store in Paterson, New Jersey. On the surface, it was an ordinary storefront, but hidden behind it was a room filled with various stolen goods for sale. Paul's goal was to purchase a stolen drug used to treat peptic ulcers, which he planned to resell through his own pharmacy to make a huge profit. Since Richard led a burglary group, Paul and Richard made an agreement. Paul was last seen on his way to meet Richard, carrying $25,000 in cash. Later, Richard confessed to killing Paul. He claimed that he lured Paul into a rented garage and attempted to shoot him with a gun, but because the gun jammed, he beat Paul to death with a crowbar. He then stuffed Paul's body into a 55-gallon steel drum and dumped it near a motel. The third victim, 37-year-old Smith, was one of Richard's accomplices. Due to frequent burglaries, Richard's group attracted the attention of the police. In December 1982, one of the group members, House, was arrested by the police. Police also issued 2 arrest warrants for the other 2 members, Smith and Daniel. In order to hide their tracks, Richard took Smith and Daniel to a motel, but Smith disobeyed Richard's orders and left the motel without permission to visit his daughter. This thing caused Richard to worry that Smith would become a police informant. After discussing it, Richard and several other members decided to kill Smith. Richard liked to kill people with poison. He mixed cyanide into a hamburger and fed it to Smith. However, worried that Smith would struggle when he realized he was about to die, so Daniel took a rope and strangled Smith to death. The fourth victim, Daniel, was one of Richard's accomplices. After killed Smith, Richard arranged for Daniel to move into an apartment in Bergenfield that belonged to his daughter's then-fiancé, Patterson. Between February and May 1983, Daniel was murdered by Richard, and the cause of his death remains unknown. Richard even asked Patterson to help him dispose of the body. He made up a story for Patterson, saying that someone had broken into the apartment over the weekend and killed Daniel. He added that to avoid trouble with the police, they should dispose of the body and forget about the whole thing. The fifth victim, 50-year-old Maskey. On September 25, 1983, Maskey's body was found in a town park in New York State, with a distinct bullet hole in the back of his head. The police investigation revealed that on July 1, 1981, Maskey had planned to meet Richard for a deal to purchase a large quantity of blank videotapes. That day, he drove a truck carrying $95,000 in cash to meet Richard. However, Maskey never appeared again after that day. During the autopsy, the coroner discovered that Maskey's body contained ice crystals. Moreover, Maskey's wife and son claimed that Maskey was still wearing the same clothes he had on when he disappeared. These details confirm that Richard had killed Maskey and frozen his body for over 2 years. As a result, Richard earned the notorious nickname, the Iceman. In order to arrest Richard and find evidence to convict him, the police formed a joint task force with other departments. In 1985, the police arrested Richard's old friend Phil, a member of a crime family. In order to avoid arrest, Phil chose to cooperate with the police and did his best to help Dominic, an undercover police officer, establish a close relationship with Richard. Later, Dominic disguised himself as a criminal and, through Phil's connections, purchased a handgun and silencer from Richard. During the transaction, Dominic also made a request. He wanted to hire Richard to murder a wealthy Jewish cocaine dealer. Richard asked Dominic if he could provide some pure cyanide, as he preferred poison because it wouldn't make the situation worse. Richard boasted that he had killed someone by smearing cyanide on a hamburger and planned to kill a few rats, which were Richard's other 2 accomplices. On December 17, 1986, Richard found Dominic and obtained the cyanide used for the murder, but Richard still had doubts about this client. So, after obtaining the cyanide, Richard first smeared it on a hamburger and lured a stray dog to eat it. When he found that the cyanide did not kill the stray dog, Richard chose to go home and decided not to carry out the murder plan. However, the police discovered that the plan had been exposed. They set up roadblocks and successfully arrested Richard. During the arrest, Barbara repeatedly interfered with the police's arrest operation. So, because there was a gun in Richard's car, the police charged Barbara with gun possession as punishment. Later, prosecutors charged Richard with 5 counts of murder, 6 counts of weapons violations, attempted murder, robbery, and attempted robbery. At the press conference, the New Jersey Attorney General described Richard's motive for murder as profit, pointing out that Richard had conducted business transactions with others, and ultimately they disappeared. The money ended up in Richard's hands. During the trial, Richard's two accomplices, House and Deppner, whom he had intended to kill, as well as Dominic, provided evidence that was unfavorable to Richard. In March 1988, the jury found Richard guilty of murdering Smith and Daniel, but since his actions were not deemed to have directly caused the victims' deaths, Richard was sentenced to a minimum of 60 years in prison. After the trial, Richard confessed to killing Masquet and George, and was sentenced to 2 additional life sentences. Moreover, Richard also confessed to killing Paul, but the police decided not to prosecute because their case was weak, and an additional life sentence would not have any impact on Richard's sentence. In October 2005, after spending nearly 8 years in prison, Richard was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. This rare condition primarily affects the blood vessels and can lead to serious heart problems. Then, Richard was transferred to a secure ward at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton to receive treatment. Richard had explicitly requested that doctors perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation in the event of cardiac arrest. However, his ex-wife Barbara signed a do not resuscitate order. The week before Richard died, the hospital contacted Barbara to ask if she would revoke the directive, but she refused. On March 5, 2006, Richard died of cardiac arrest. In 2008, Barbara said in a media interview that Richard's obsession with her was almost insane, and even his last words before he died were an expression of his love for her. Barbara said that he kept telling me he loved me, and I just replied, me too, but in fact I never loved him and never told him I loved him. When asked what she thought after Richard passed away, she said, "I regret not telling him what a bastard he was, how much I hated him, and I wish the last words he heard were, how deeply I hated him." Have you ever thought about this question? Serial killers are usually arrested by the police based on key evidence, and it's rare for their neighbors and friends to figure out who they really are. Maybe you think that these demons are usually ragged, locked up in a mental hospital, and fantasies about crimes day and night. However, the reality is quite the contrary. In fact, serial killers are well aware of social norms, and they will even deliberately play socially accepted roles to conceal their abnormalities. For example, Bundy, who was not only strikingly handsome but also eloquent and politically active. Richard was the epitome of a caring father and husband. Their seemingly normal and even admirable personas were so convincing that even their closest friends never suspected them of being serial killers. If their crimes had remained hidden, they would still be lurking in society, continuing to take people's lives. For everyone, the real horror is not a grotesque face, because people will instinctively be on guard and retreat. But the unsettling dark truth is that serial killers look no different from ordinary people. Randall was born into a respectable family, not only excelling in sports but also possessing an extremely attractive appearance. In college, he was a football wide receiver. In 1974, he was recruited by the Green Bay Packers to join their training camp. Just when everyone thought he was about to become a professional player, 6 years later, Randall was dubbed the Interstate 5 Killer by the police, suspected of committing at least 20 murders, over 100 sexual assaults and robberies. The surviving victim stated that during the assault, he was keenly aware of her fear and adjusted his rhetoric accordingly. However, in the next moment, he was able to pull the trigger as if nothing had happened. On December 26, 1950, Randall was born in Salem, Oregon. His father was a manager at the telephone company. His mother was a full-time housewife. In addition to this, he had 2 older sisters. During his childhood, he lived with his sisters in Otter Rock, a picturesque seaside town. Parents always encouraged 3 children to pursue their interests. Later, the 2 older sisters chose academic paths, with one becoming a doctor and the other a lawyer. Randall followed his father's wishes and took up sports. In his teens, the boy attended Newport High School. There, he tried many sports, such as soccer, basketball, and track and field, and ultimately chose football. His athletic talent did not disappoint anyone. Before long, he became a football star at Newport High School. Even the Newport News-Times dedicated an entire page of the newspaper to praising the teenager as the pride of Newport. Neighbors also came forward to say that the boy had been polite since he was young. Although Randall excelled in sports, he had a disturbing quirk. The boy enjoyed exposing himself to women in public, a typical exhibitionist behavior. It is said that this quirk can be traced back to his junior high school days. At the age of 13, he was seen standing by the window and exposing himself. There was a perspective that Randall's exhibitionist behavior might be connected to his family. Despite Randall's affluent family background and the absence of quarrels between his parents, his mother was a perfectionist with extremely high demands for family members. At the same time, two elder sisters' exceptional academic performance undoubtedly put immense pressure on Randall. So, the boy gradually developed an inferiority complex, tried to prove his existence through exhibitionist behavior. In high school, Randall was arrested by the police for manually removing his trousers and touching his genitals in front of a group of teenage girls. After his arrest, in order to prevent his parents from discovering his repulsive behavior, Randall only informed his coach. Given that the boy had the potential to become an outstanding football player, the coach attempted to cover up the incident and remain silent so that Randall could continue playing. Later, Randall's parents still found out about the incident. As a respectable family, they could not accept such the thing, so they forced Randall to undergo psychological treatment. However, it only temporarily suppressed his sexual desires and did not fundamentally eliminate his sexual impulses. After graduating from high school, Randall's criminal record was expunged. He entered Treasure Valley Community College in Ontario. However, there, he was arrested for vandalizing his ex-girlfriend's apartment. Although he was acquitted due to insufficient evidence, he could no longer continue his studies there. In 1970, Randall transferred to Portland State University, and there he played as a wide receiver for the Portland State Vikings. During his college years, Randall was regarded as a football star by his fellow students, but almost no one knew that this man had been arrested multiple times for indecent exposure and convicted twice. In 1972, he was convicted of public indecency in Vancouver, Washington. In 1973, he was convicted again for the same offense in Oregon. But these incidents did not disrupt his football career. Later, Randall's football coach recalled, "When he was with me, he was the kindest, most gentlemanly kid I knew. He was quiet and polite, worked hard, and was truly worthy of guidance. He absorbed everything I tried to teach him." Randall's former teammates and peers, however, recalled that Randall led a double life. At first, he spoke in a soft voice, seemed a bit lonely, and had few friends. As time went on, he became more and more abnormal and began to do some strange things. Perhaps because he had committed minor offenses multiple times, Randall chose to drop out of school. Just when people thought his football career was over, in 1974, Randall was drafted by the Green Bay Packers as a wide receiver. This surprised many people, and even Randall's college teammates questioned the selection. He was selected? Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, Randall was cut from the team during training camp, never played a single game. Soon after, he signed with a semi-professional team, but was fired again at the end of the season. Although neither team disclosed the reason for Randall's dismissal, a detective later learned that Randall was fired because he was involved in several indecent exposure cases in the state. At the end of 1974, Randall returned to Portland with feelings of shame and resentment growing inside him, and these emotions, mixed with exhibitionism, led him start a series of robberies and sexual assaults. In 1975, several women reported to the police that they had been attacked by a man with a knife, who not only robbed them of their purses, but also forced them to perform oral sex on him. Later, the police took special measures, arranging for female officers to disguise themselves as ordinary women to lure the attacker into committing another offense. On March 3rd, Randall was arrested by the police. During interrogation, he confessed to the crime and claimed that it was the influence of steroids that caused him to be unable to control his sexual urges. Although this crime sentenced Randall to 10 years in prison, he only served 4 years and was paroled in July 1979. Randall's release coincided with a high school reunion, where he met up with his former classmate Ayers, who was an X-ray technician. In reality, during his 4 years in prison, Randall often corresponded with Ayers through letters. On October 9, 1980, Randall arranged to meet with Ayers. As old friends who had known each other since childhood, Ayers did not refuse the invitation. However, what awaited her was not a warm embrace, but a blow to the head with a blunt object by Randall, who then forcibly dragged her into the apartment, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. On October 11th, Eyre's fiancé found her dead in her apartment. Since she had mentioned to her family that Randall had asked to meet her, they all suspected that Randall was involved in her death. And then, police found Randall for questioning. During the questioning, police found that the man's answers were evasive and even full of lies. Although they wanted to use a lie detector to uncover the truth that Randall was hiding, but he had the right to refuse. In addition, his blood type did not match the semen found in Eyre's body, so the police ruled him out as a suspect. But Eyre's mother remained convinced that Randall was the attacker. In 2005, she contacted the Portland police and persuaded them to restart DNA testing. In 2006, it was confirmed that Randall was the attacker who killed Eyres. A month later, on the morning of November 27th, Randall traveled to northern Portland, where his old friend Darcy lived. She was the ex-girlfriend of one of his college friends. Upon entering Darcy's apartment, he discovered another person, Douglas, Darcy's boyfriend, in the apartment. Later, he tied them both up and killed them. In addition, in 2012, the police confirmed through DNA testing that Randall was the attacker. The Interstate 5, which is 1,380 miles long, starts in San Diego, California, and ends in Blaine, Washington, passing through Oregon along the way. Although most people refer to this road as the 5, in the 1980s it was also known as Death Road. In addition to Roger, who became known as the Interstate 5 Strangler, there was a disturbing serial killer on this highway, Randall, known as the Interstate 5 Killer. After killing 3 victims, Randall drove his 1974 champagne-colored Volkswagen Beetle, constantly shuttling around Interstate 5 and committing a series of robberies, sexual assaults, and murders. During the attacks, Randall usually concealed his identity by wearing a hoodie, sporting a fake beard, and applying a strip of athletic tape across his nose. Police speculate that he may have done this to conceal his physical features and prevent victims from recognizing him in police lineups. Randall's attacks were completely random, although most of his victims were slender white women in their 20s. His motives for murder were almost always because the victims rejected his sexual advances. Later, Randall claimed that he had not sexually assaulted the girls, and that he did not need to do so because the girls wanted him. Furthermore, unlike many serial killers, whose killing patterns typically have intervals or cooling-off periods, Randall's murders and other criminal acts increased in frequency. On December 9, 1980, Randall, wearing a fake beard and carrying a gun, robbed a gas station in Vancouver, Washington. 4 days later, he attacked an ice cream shop in Eugene, Oregon. A day later, he robbed a drive-in restaurant in Albany, Oregon. On December 21st, Randall arrived in Seattle, where he used a gun to force a female waitress into a restaurant bathroom and coerced her into masturbating. On January 8th, he returned to the Vancouver gas station he had robbed in December. This time, he not only took the money from the cash register, but also forced a female attendant to expose her breasts. On January 11th, he returned to Eugene and robbed a store. Immediately afterwards, on January 12th, he shot and wounded a female store clerk at a store in Sutherland, Oregon. 2 days later, Randall broke into the girl's home wearing a fake beard. He ordered the 8-year-old and 10-year-old girls to take off their clothes and sexually assaulted them. During the assault, he also forced the older girl to perform oral sex on him. 4 days later, Randall broke into an office building in Salem, sexually assaulted 2 women, Shari and Beth, and ultimately killed Shari and severely injured Beth, leaving her near death. Shari was the only victim for whom Randall was formally charged with murder. On January 26th and 29th, he committed further robberies in Eugene, Medford, and Grants Pass. On February 3rd, 37-year-old Donna and her 14-year-old daughter Janelle were found dead on a bed in their home in Mountain Gate, California. Both had been shot multiple times in the head, and forensic tests revealed that Janelle had been sexually assaulted before she was killed. On the same day, Randall went to Reading, kidnapped and sexually assaulted a female shop assistant. On February 9th, in Corvallis, Randall robbed a fabric store while wearing a fake beard and molested the clerk and her customers before leaving. 3 days later, Randall committed multiple robberies and 3 sexual assaults in Vancouver, Olympia, and Bellevue. When planning to return to Portland, Randall intended to host a Valentine's Day party at a downtown hotel. He invited friends and acquaintances from college, but no guests showed up. So he drove to the home of 18-year-old Julie, whom he had met while working as a bouncer at a bar. At around 2 a.m. on February 15th, he arrived at Julie's home. Around 4 a.m., he raped Julie and then shot her in the head, taking her life. In fact, from the first murder, Randall had been considered by the police as possibly the Interstate 5 killer. However, they had no substantial evidence or reason until the surviving Beth picked Randall out of a police lineup. On March 5th, Randall was taken in for questioning. Although the results were not entirely satisfactory, 2 days later, when the police searched his apartment, they found a bullet that matched the murder weapon and tape of the same brand used to bind the victim. On February 28th, a detective also obtained a record of Randall's phone calls. A police chief said, "All of a sudden it became obvious. It was a map of Interstate 5. Randall was addicted to the phone. He made thousands of calls. He had girlfriends everywhere." On March 16th, Randall was charged and prosecuted by multiple jurisdictions for the murder of Shari, as well as multiple counts of rape, sodomy, attempted kidnapping, armed robbery, and illegal possession of firearms. On June 26th, after 3.5 hours of deliberation, Randall was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment plus an additional 90 years. On December, Randall was again convicted of sodomy and weapons charges in connection with the Seattle attack, adding another 35 years to his sentence. In the end, Randall was sentenced to serve time at Oregon State Prison. His father visited him briefly in prison and said that he was not the son he knew. Since then, Randall's family has not spoken about the matter. There was a tragic series of murders in Michigan. In this case, there were a total of 7 female victims. The youngest victim was only 13 years old, and the oldest was only 23. They were in the most hopeful and promising stage of their lives, yet they were murdered by a serial killer. This case took place in the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti of Michigan. It began in 1967 and ended in 1969. Although the time was brief, but its cruelty was shocking. Before they were killed, all 7 victims were severely beaten, and the remains of several of them were even dismembered. The victim of the first murder was named Mary, an accounting student at Eastern Michigan University. In order to improve her skills, 19-year-old Mary began working part-time while studying. On the evening of July 9, 1967, because the weather was too hot, Mary told her roommate she needed to go out to get some fresh air. An hour later, Mary finished her walk around campus and slowly made her way back to the apartment. However, she didn't notice that a blue-gray Chevrolet was closely following her. As Mary passed one streetlight after another, the Chevrolet pulled up beside her. A young man leaned out of the car window and spoke, inviting Mary to go for a drive and later have a drink at his place. Mary didn't say anything, she just shook her head, declined the invitation, and continued walking toward the apartment. On September 27, 1846, a supernatural story spread through the town of Superior in Washtenaw County. It was known as the Dixboro Ghost and involved 2 murders. On August 7, 1967, the body of a woman was discovered in an abandoned farmhouse in this town. Without waiting for news story, the victim was identified as Mary through dental records. The attacker's methods were extremely brutal. Mary's chest and abdomen were stabbed dozens of times. Her fingers and feet were also severed. Based on witness testimony, the police think that Mary had been raped, but the severely decomposed state of the body erased all the evidence. 2 days later, Mary's body was taken to the funeral home. Soon, a handsome, dark-haired young man drove an old, blue-gray Chevrolet to the funeral home. He found the receptionist, said that he was a friend of Mary's and wanted to take some photos of her as a memento before the funeral to give to Mary's parents. However, due to the relevant regulations, the receptionist refused his request. The man then tried to persuade the receptionist, saying, "You mean you can't fix her up enough so I could just get one picture of her?" But the receptionist noticed that the man didn't even have a camera, so she firmly refused his request again. As time moved to July 5, 1968, nearly a year had passed since Mary's murder. The police still hadn't found the attacker when another murder happened. Several construction workers found a female body by the roadside in the Ann Arbor, with a miniskirt wrapped around her neck. The victim of this murder was Skell, a 20-year-old art student who also attended Eastern Michigan University. She had been stabbed dozens of times and her throat was slashed, with injuries of varying degrees in other parts of her body. Initially, the police think that Skell had been dead for a long time because her upper body was in a state of decomposition. However, after the forensic experts arrived at the scene for inspection, although her head, shoulders, and chest had rotted, there were no signs of decomposition below her waist. Therefore, Skell's time of death was confirmed to be around July 1st. Moreover, there was no blood at the crime scene, which suggests that after the attacker sexually assaulted and killed the girl, he most likely buried Skell below the waist in the soil while left her upper part exposed to the air. Then, around July 4th, he moved her body to the roadside. On the evening of June 30th, Skell told her roommate, Susan, she was going to Ann Arbor to visit her boyfriend. Because it was late, she was a little afraid and hoped that Susan could accompany her to the bus station. Although they hurried there, they still missed the last bus. Since there was no other option, Susan began to persuade Skell to give up her plan to go to Ann Arbor. However, Skell insisted on visiting her boyfriend and told Susan that she planned to hitchhike. After minutes of waiting, a red and black Pontiac Bonneville pulled up beside the two girls. The driver got out of the car and asked, "Hey, you want a ride?" The man had worn a green Eastern Michigan University t-shirt, was about 6 feet tall, looked to be in his 20s, had short dark hair. In addition to the driver, there were two white men in the car. Susan felt afraid and quietly tried to dissuade Skell from getting into the car. Although she hesitated for a moment, Skell agreed to the driver's invitation, but she also promised Susan that she would call her once she arrived safely in Ann Arbor. But even after more than 2 hours, Susan still hadn't heard from Skell. So at 1:47 a.m. on July 1st, Susan reported Skell's disappearance to the police. The police connected the various clues and first prepared to interrogate Skell's boyfriend. However, the man was found to be absent without leave from the army. This also explained why this girl had chosen to hitchhike to Ann Arbor late at night to find her boyfriend. After 2 months of investigation, 2 witnesses revealed important information to the police. At around midnight on July 1st, they saw Skell and a young man walking along the roadside. Although they were unsure whether the man was the attacker, they knew that he was named John and was a 21-year-old student at Eastern Michigan University. When questioned by the police, John denied knowing Skell, insisted that on June 29th and 30th, he and his mother were in Detroit. He didn't return to Ypsilanti until the morning of July 1st, and then the police didn't verify the authenticity of this information, immediately ruled out John as a suspect. The victim in the third murder was found in a cemetery in Van Buren Township, Wayne County. On March 20th, 1969, a 23-year-old student named Louise, who was studying at the University of Michigan, posted a handwritten note on a bulletin board on campus. It said her name, dorm room number, phone number, and her desire to hitchhike to Muskegon. The reason she wanted to go to Muskegon was that she wanted to share some good news with her family because soon she would get engaged to her boyfriend and was about to move to New York City. However, on the morning of March 21st, Louise's body was found with a copy of the anti-war satirical novel Catch-22 lying beside her. The autopsy determined that Louise died around 3 a.m. on March 21st, with the cause of death being 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Although Louise was not sexually assaulted, her tights were deliberately pulled down, exposing her thighs and sanitary napkin, indicating the attacker's potential sexual motive. While people were still reeling from the shock of this murder, on March 25th, a surveyor found the body of a young woman on a wooded hill, only about 400 yards from where Skell's body had been found. The crime scene was almost too gruesome to look at. The girl had been severely beaten with a blunt object, her skull crushed. An investigator said sadly that it was the most severe injury he had seen in his 30 years as a police officer. Afterwards, the deceased was identified as 16-year-old Skelton, who went missing on March 22nd, while waiting for a friend to pick her up at the McKinney Union at Eastern Michigan University. Since Skelton was just a high school student and a drug user and dealer, people initially suspected that her murder was drug-related. But the manner of her death was strikingly similar to that of the previous victims, including a garter belt wrapped around her neck and her clothes and shoes neatly placed beside the body. As a result, Ann Arbor Police Chief formally linked this murder to the Michigan murders. In addition, police from several different jurisdictions involved in the kidnappings or disposal of the victims' remains formally consolidated the information they had in an effort to compare notes and identify a suspect. 20 investigators were also assigned specifically to investigate these 4 murders. And apart from witness leads and forensic reports, the police hardly found any physical evidence. However, less than a month after Skelton's murder, a fifth victim was found on a desolate road in the Ypsilanti area. Although the girl was only 13 years old, the harm and torment she suffered were still terrible. She had multiple stab wounds to her chest, abdomen, and thighs. A 2-foot-long black electrical cord was wrapped around her neck, and a handkerchief had been stuffed into her mouth. The police checked local records of missing girls and found that the victim was named Dawn. The day before her body was found, Dawn was playing at her friend's house. Because the road home was rather remote, Dawn and a friend named Kid decided to walk home together. At around 7:30 p.m., Kid took a different road, while Dawn continued walking along the railroad tracks. When she reached an abandoned farmhouse, the girl encountered the attacker. The farmhouse was the first scene of the murderer's attack on Dawn, as the police found fresh bloodstains, Dawn's sweater, and a black wire of the same type inside. According to the procedure for complex cases, the police usually conduct multiple inspections of the crime scene. However, as a means of taunting the police, the attacker returned to the farmhouse a week after the crime and left a piece of cloth and a gold earring belonging to Skelton there. On May 13th, the farmhouse was burned down, and the attacker placed 5 lilac flowers evenly along the road leading to the farmhouse. Despite receiving hundreds of leads, the police investigation into the Dawn case was no closer to the truth than with the first case. 21-year-old Elizabeth was a graduate student at the University of Michigan. Someone saw her dancing with a man with long hair at a friend's party. After leaving the party, Elizabeth disappeared on her way back to her apartment. No one noticed whether the girl left the party with the man with long hair. The next day, 3 boys found Elizabeth's half-naked body in a field near another abandoned farmhouse. The autopsy revealed that the girl had been sexually assaulted, had a gunshot wound to her forehead, and had stab wounds of varying severity on other parts of her body. When claiming his daughter's body, Elizabeth's father was devastated. He said, "I don't want her body. I want her alive. I'm not here to claim her body, and I won't claim it. I raised her with all my efforts and sent her here to study. I don't want her to die." All 6 victims were dark-haired white women. Their remains were placed by the attacker in locations that were easy to find. Each victim had a piece of clothing tied around her neck, and all were in their menstrual period when they were killed. Initially, before Elizabeth was murdered, the police believed that one attacker was responsible for only 4 of the murders, and that Louise might have been killed by another attacker. With Elizabeth's death, the police reached the final conclusion that one attacker was responsible for all 6 murders. But the occurrence of the 6 murders was already unsettling. Learning that these cases were all committed by the same attacker, the whole community fell into an unprecedented panic, especially the female students living in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, as the serial killer might very well be lurking nearby, disguised as some friendly classmate. To cope with this suffocating threat, they spontaneously established a buddy system. They would not go anywhere alone unless accompanied by a trustworthy male friend or at least 3 female friends. The once common practice of hitchhiking was also abandoned, as no one could determine where the potential danger might be lurking. On July 23, 1969, Karen, a student at Eastern Michigan University, went out to buy a wig and was reported missing when she did not return to her dormitory on time. Worried that the worst might happen, the police worked day and night to find her, but to no avail. The wig shop owner was the last person to see this girl. She overheard Karen saying that she had done 2 foolish things in her life, buying a wig and accepting a ride on a motorcycle with a stranger. She then left the wig shop on a motorcycle with a young man, and from that point on, the 18-year-old girl disappeared completely. On July 26th, Karen's body was found. Like the other victims, this girl had been severely beaten and tortured. This time, the police learned their lesson. Considering that the attacker might have returned to the scene frequently and moved the victim's body for sexual ritual purposes, they first blocked the news to prevent the media from exposing the information, then secretly removed Karen's body and left a mannequin at the scene. On the early morning of July 27th, it was pouring with rain. A police officer, enduring the heavy rain and the irritation of insects, quietly kept watch at the crime scene. The visibility on the rainy night was extremely poor, so much so that the officer didn't see a man approaching the mannequin. It wasn't until the man fled that the officer saw him and tried to pick up the radio, which had already been damaged by the rain, to report the sighting. But as early as July 25th, a patrol officer named Larry provided an important clue. At first, he just listened to the wig shop owner's description of the man who rode a motorcycle with the victim, but he realized that the person she described might be his friend, who had previously been named a suspect in Skell's murder case by the police, but was later cleared of suspicion. So Larry found John, pretending to make small talk. He inquired about John's whereabouts over the past 2 days, and John inadvertently revealed that on the day Karen disappeared, he had indeed been riding his motorcycle in that area. Later, Larry located John's ex-girlfriend and obtained 2 photographs of John. He then showed these photos to the wig shop owner and her employees. However, both women firmly insisted that the man in the photos was the one who had ridden away with the victim on the motorcycle. On the afternoon of July 27th, despite being constantly criticized by the media for letting the suspect escape, the police directly located the apartment that John shared with his roommate, Davis. During the communication, John insisted that he was being framed and that the witness identification was mistaken. Even though taking a polygraph test at the police station could prove his innocence, John still refused. The next evening, Davis saw John take out a pair of women's purple leather shoes and a wallet and put them into a box wrapped in a blanket. He then took the box and left the apartment. 30 minutes later, John returned to the apartment. Davis curiously asked whose things they were. John said he had just decided to throw away the box and its contents. On July 29th, David, John's uncle, and a state police officer ended his vacation and returned home with his family. Then, David's wife noticed many new paint marks on the basement floor, and several items were missing, including a bottle of ammonia, a box of laundry detergent, and a can of black spray paint. On the same day, the police also informed David that his nephew had become a suspect in the Michigan murders and that there was circumstantial evidence against John. For example, after digging into John's background, they found that John had a special connection with the victims of several murders. Mary and Skell were John's neighbors. Dawn was the neighbor of one of John's ex-girlfriends, and John often visited Skelton's apartment a few months before she was murdered. Moreover, they questioned John's colleagues and learned that John often described in detail to his female colleagues the injuries sustained by each victim in the Michigan murders, injuries that even the media did not know about. John said that David had provided him with these details, but upon hearing this, David pointed out that he had not revealed any information about the Michigan murders to his nephew. The next day, David scraped off the new paint in the basement and found the floor underneath covered in stains resembling human blood. So he immediately returned to the police station and reported his discovery. He stated that before he and his family went on vacation, he had let John stay in his house to look after his dog. The paint could only have been applied by John. That afternoon, the police searched the basement of David's house, where John was also there. Initially, when the forensic experts determined that the stains were not human blood, John burst into tears. He then calmly denied ever having seen Karen. However, later the forensic team did find blood in several other areas and discovered some hair and blood near the washing machine. When asked about the origin of the hair, David pointed out that his wife often cut the children's hair in the basement. What David didn't know was that Karen also had some strands of hair of the same length in her underwear. After sending the hair and blood to the laboratory, the hair found in Karen's underwear matched the hair found in the basement, and the blood also matched Karen's blood type. David's neighbors also provided clues, saying that they heard a woman screaming from David's house on the day Karen went missing. On August 1st, the police arrested John on suspicion of murdering Karen and thoroughly searched his apartment and vehicle. Upon inspection, they found blood and hair inside John's silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass. A day later, police in California found the officers who had arrested John and informed them that John was also responsible for the death of a girl named Phillips. So, 2 police officers from Washtenaw County traveled to California to review information and confirm whether there was a connection between Phillips' murder and the murder John was suspected of committing in Michigan. As a result, they found that on June 29th, Phillips had told a close friend that she had met a student named John from Eastern Michigan University who drove a silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass and was temporarily living with a friend in a camper trailer. Further investigation into John's whereabouts revealed that on June 21st, John and his former roommate Andrew drove to Monterey and rented a camper trailer. Phillips went missing on June 30th, and her body was found on July 13th. Similar to the victims in the Michigan murders, Phillips suffered similar stab wounds and had a piece of clothing tied around her neck. After comparing the case records, the police officially announced to the public that John was the murderer who killed Phillips. On August 19, 1970, the jury found John guilty of murdering Karen, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, even after hearing the verdict, John remained unmoved, despite his mother and sister leaving the courtroom in tears. Additionally, in response, John stood up from his chair and said, "I have two things to say. I believe they have done their best to give me a fair trial, and the jury has not taken their duties lightly. However, I believe the situation has been exaggerated, and I cannot receive a fair trial. What has happened in this courtroom is a mockery of justice, and I hope it will be corrected one day. Second, I have never met a girl named Karen. I have never spoken to her. I have never taken her to the wig shop. I've never taken her to my uncle's house, and I have never taken her life." John initially served his sentence at the Michigan State Prison and was transferred to the Marquette Branch Prison in 1977. In 1979, John attempted to escape from prison. He and 6 other inmates dug a tunnel more than 19 feet long and 2 feet wide beneath the prison. However, just 25 feet short of freedom, the guards caught them. In the United States, a serial killer killed 8 women over the course of 7 weeks. He usually hung out in crowded places, like shopping malls, carrying an expensive camera, approaching women, complimenting their appearance, lying that he was from a modeling agency, inviting them to participate in a so-called modeling talent show, promising to launch their modeling careers. However, once the girls got into his car, this man would drive them to remote areas, torture them, and kill them. A lot of people think that remote mountainous and forested areas are more likely to have kidnappings and accidents, but there's another problem that's just as dangerous, that people often don't think about the second scene. The so-called second scene refers to a new, temporary location outside of the originally planned site. For example, imagine a girl who decides to go shopping at the mall or attend a party. On the way, a seemingly friendly stranger invites her to get a ride or attend another party for various reasons. If she agrees, then she may be taken to a remote location where she could be kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered. The notorious beauty queen killer, Bernard, was born in Sydney, Australia on March 13, 1945. His father was an officer in the US Navy. His mother was Australian. From his childhood, this man was a sickly and unfortunate child. At birth, he nearly died for unknown reasons. At the age of 2, he nearly drowned in a swimming pool. Although there are no reports documenting this boy's childhood, during his adolescence, Bernard revealed his obsession with young girls. When girls were bathing, he would hide outside the window and peep at them. On January 4, 1963, at the age of 17, as his mind gradually became twisted, Bernard and 2 of his friends attacked and sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl on a beach. After the case, 2 friends denied involvement in the attack, with only Bernard himself admitting to the crime. However, despite the seriousness of the crime, Bernard was only sentenced to 1 year of probation and mandatory psychological counseling. It's said that during his psychological counseling, Bernard underwent electroconvulsive therapy, but it did not suppress his violent tendencies at all. On the contrary, electric shocks became one of this serial killer's terrifying methods of torturing his victims. While time moved on to 1968, a young woman married the 23-year-old Bernard, but after only a few weeks, she chose to divorce him. Later, the young woman revealed the truth. Originally, she only discovered that Bernard's briefcase contained many photos of girls wearing swimsuits, and days later, she discovered that Bernard was trying to seduce her sister and her mother. Therefore, she had an argument with Bernard, but in the argument, he tried to kill her. In addition, Bernard was involved in a series of sexual assault cases and was taken away by the police. To avoid charges, in 1969, Bernard moved to Florida. There, he made huge strides in construction and real estate. Initially, like most people who suddenly become wealthy, Bernard moved into a luxury apartment in Boynton Beach, bought a speedboat. To participate in racing competitions, he also bought a Porsche. However, his commercial success did not stop his evil thoughts. It is well known Bernard was extremely obsessed with young women. On one trip, he keenly noticed that girls had very little guardedness toward the photographer's identity. In order to better implement his plan, he purchased several high-end cameras. After returning to Florida, Bernard often hung out in Boynton Beach, inviting girls who wanted to be photographed to his apartment. In 1971, Bernard was arrested for ordering 2 girls to strip naked and allowing him to take photographs of them. However, when he appeared in court, Bernard revealed his horrific fantasies, prompting the judge to order him to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. After the evaluation, he was determined to have a mental disorder and was unable to stand trial. In 1974, Bernard committed another crime. In the shopping center, he deceived a girl into having sex with him by lying about offering her a modeling opportunity. Although the girl filed charges against him, Bernard was only sentenced to probation and ordered to undergo psychological counseling. Since crime didn't receive the punishment it deserved, Bernard's behavior became even more despicable. In 1982, while visiting his parents in Australia, he kidnapped 2 15-year-old girls, stripped them naked, and took photographs of them. However, even though Bernard was arrested and faced charges of kidnapping and sexual assault, the case was repeatedly delayed, and Bernard was granted bail with the help of his parents, allowed to travel freely between the United States and Australia. Later, back in Florida, Bernard attacked 2 more girls. In 1984, Bernard embarked on a 7-week crime spree, during which this beast murdered at least 8 women. Since the victims were all attractive women with modeling potential, he became known as the Beauty Queen Killer. His first known victim was 20-year-old Teresa, a model who had competed in the Miss Florida beauty pageant and went missing in Miami on February 26th. On March 4th, 23-year-old Elizabeth, a Florida Miss finalist and high school teacher, also went missing in Miami. A few hours before her disappearance, Elizabeth met with her parents. Her father noticed bruises on her arms and legs. Though her parents wanted to help, Elizabeth merely explained that she had been injured in a fight with other students. A few days later, the police linked the disappearance of the 2 women to Bernard. On the day Teresa went missing, she was working at a car race. Bernard was also participating in the race that day, and at around 1 p.m., Teresa left the track with a man who looked similar to Bernard. Elizabeth was Bernard's ex-girlfriend, and she was last seen at a gas station with a man who looked similar to Bernard. Upon learning that he had become a suspect, Bernard left Miami. Then, on March 18th, 21-year-old Ann Ferguson went missing from a shopping mall on Merritt Island. 5 days later, Ann's body was found in Canaveral Groves. She had been strangled to death. Her body showed signs of varying degrees of physical abuse, so much so that the police had to identify her through dental records. 3 days before Ann's body was found, on March 20th, Linda Grover, a 19-year-old Florida State University student, was kidnapped by Bernard. He invited Linda into his car on the pretext of modeling work. However, after Linda got into the car, he tied her up with a blanket and then took her to a motel in Georgia. There, Linda was sexually assaulted and tortured for several hours. Despite the difficulties, Linda managed to save herself. She locked herself in the bathroom and frantically banged on the walls to attract attention. Meanwhile, Bernard realized that his crime was about to be exposed, so he drove away from Georgia and began his escape. On March 21st, Diane, a 23-year-old woman, told her husband that an Australian man had been asking to take her picture, saying he would get her into modeling, and she refused him because the lie was so obvious. However, 2 days later, Diane disappeared. Her car was gone too. On March 25th, 21-year-old Wendy went missing from a shopping mall in Oklahoma City. A day later, Diane's body was found with multiple stab wounds and signs of having been tied up with rope. On the same day, Wendy's body was also found. In addition, Diane's car was found by the police, and after inspection, the police found a sample of Ann's hair inside Diane's car. On March 29th, Cheryl, 18-year-old girl, was taken away by Bernard at a shopping mall in Colorado. A day later, Cheryl and Bernard appeared together at the only point where the 4 states meet, the Four Corners Monument. After that, Cheryl disappeared completely until May 3rd, when her body was found. Her death time was confirmed as March 31st. On April 1st, Las Vegas hosted a fashion show. This show provided models who wanted to become famous with the opportunity to appear on magazine covers. At that time, someone happened to take a photo of Bernard sitting in a chair, his eyes fixed on Michelle, a 17-year-old model wearing a miniskirt. After the fashion show ended, Michelle disappeared. The last time anyone saw this charming girl alive was when she left the scene with Bernard. At that time, from the police point of view, Bernard was involved in several murders and kidnappings across the country. Therefore, in order to end the crime of the beast, on April 3rd, the FBI included him in the list of the 10 most wanted fugitives. However, the next day, Bernard kidnapped 16-year-old Marie in California. But he didn't kill the girl, perhaps because he knew he was wanted by the police and it would be difficult to lure anyone else. So he kidnapped Marie and made her help him lure victims. Fearing for her life, Marie agreed to Bernard's request. Within a few days, they had crossed Arizona, Missouri, and Illinois. On April 10th, they arrived in Indiana. There, Marie helped Bernard kidnap 16-year-old Dawnette. Over the course of 2 days, Dawnette suffered repeated torture and sexual assault. When they arrived in New York State, Bernard took Dawnette to a forest, where he tried to strangle her and stabbed her. Afterwards, mistakenly believing that the girl was dead, Bernard left the scene. However, Dawnette didn't die, and she also received help from a truck driver. While receiving treatment, Dawnette revealed important information to the police, that Bernard would flee to Canada. On April 12th, Bernard and Marie kidnapped 33-year-old Beth at a shopping mall in Victor, New York. Without hesitation, Bernard shot her dead and dumped her body in a gravel pit. He then took Marie to the airport and bought her a ticket, saying that he hoped Marie would not witness his death. No one knows why this serial killer decided not to kill Marie. Why did I survive and they didn't? I don't know. That's everyone's question, Marie said. I never screamed. I never retaliated. I succumbed and, was vulnerable to him. On April 13th, at a gas station in Colebrook, only 12 miles from the Canadian border, 2 state troopers, Jellison and Wayne, encountered a man behaving very strangely. At first, they just thought they needed to check the man's ID, but as they approached him, the man nervously pulled a handgun from inside the car. So Jellison and Wayne also drew their guns and aimed them at him. After a few minutes of standoff, Jellison managed to grab the man from behind. However, the man aimed directly at his own abdomen, shot through his body, and hit Jellison. Then the man shot himself in the chest, with the bullet striking his heart, causing him to die instantly. After confirmation, the deceased was identified as the long fugitive Bernard. Afterwards, many people believed that the things Bernard said to Marie and his actions confirmed that he had already had suicidal thoughts. But no matter what, his death means that the series of crimes he committed will never be brought to trial. Later, Bernard was cremated in Florida, and the man left behind personal assets worth nearly $7 million. A serial killer has almost vanished from the annals of American criminal history. Even though this person was dead, his crimes are still unsettling to everyone. Troubled childhood and personality flaws plunged him into a quagmire of self-doubt. Mental illness and financial difficulties gave rise to his criminal minds, and violence have always been part of his life. Thomas Andrew Williamson, on April 23, 1831, this man was born in the town of Mackinac, Illinois. He had 4 siblings, and one of the sisters' husbands got him caught up in a murder case. As a wealthy farmer, Reuben, Thomas's father, owned his own farm. However, Reuben was an extremely strict person. Even when his children were still in their naive and ignorant years, he would force them to work, allowing no relaxation or laziness. The slightest inattentive behavior would be met with his severe scolding. This man profoundly influenced Thomas's character and behavior. At the age of 10, Thomas began stealing and committed several burglaries in the small town. 3 years later, Thomas, who often hung out with bad boys, found that stealing was no longer enough to satisfy him, so he tried to rob a store. Although this boy was arrested and sent to prison, Thomas had by then become a complete villain. Due to his age, Thomas was found not guilty. Over the next 5 years, the boy hung around his father and uncle, helping them with their work and relieving their stress. Just when everyone thought Thomas had changed his ways, he was arrested again for stealing a horse and sent to prison, although he only served a week's sentence. After his release from prison, Thomas joined the Union Army, he believing that military life might help him change himself. However, during his service, he continued to steal pocket watches and other valuable small items from his comrades. When the year 1868 arrived, Thomas, together with his sister's husband Shivler and a friend named Harkett, went to visit August, a German-American who lived in Straffen. They first got August drunk by making him drink alcohol, and the 3 men then attempted to cheat August out of his money by cheating at cards. However, August discovered their actions, and it was clear that a very heated argument had taken place. Due to emotional instability, Thomas, with the assistance of Shivler and Harkett, murdered August, buried him beneath the house. Shortly thereafter, Shivler and Harkett were arrested one after another. Although Thomas initially managed to evade capture, he was eventually arrested in Springfield. Later, all three men were sentenced to death by hanging. However, a few days before the execution, Thomas's lawyers made a last-minute effort and persuaded the then-governor to commute his sentence to 20 years imprisonment. Thomas, he spent 11 years in prison. Due to his personality, he just worked constantly, earning a little money. On April 1st, 1879, Thomas was released from prison and he returned to Mackinac, only to learn that his father had passed away. So after working locally for a while, he moved to Missouri. And later, Thomas continued to wander around the state and neighboring Kansas, committing various petty crimes. In January 1877, Thomas married 57-year-old Susan in Centralia, Missouri. Although the couple had a strong relationship, poverty forced them to wander around Missouri, selling goods to interested buyers in order to make a living. The following year, they met an elderly man who suggested they go to Sedalia to seek opportunities for development, claiming that the local mayor might be able to find suitable jobs for them. In 1889, after 10 years of hard work, the couple had a cabin of their own, 6 miles away of Sedalia. However, at some point in September or October, Thomas sold the cabin to someone else. He moved alone to the city and supported himself by doing odd jobs. His wife, Susan, mysteriously disappeared, was never seen again. When asked about Susan's whereabouts, Thomas claimed that she had gone to visit relatives in Illinois and would be back with him soon. After some time had passed, Thomas said that Susan had died in Illinois from renal colic. Due to his family's poverty, he could not afford the cost of transporting her body, so he had no choice but to bury her locally. Although some people expressed doubts about Thomas's account, no one really cared about Susan's life or death, so the incident was soon forgotten. The only person who had doubts about this was the new owner of the cabin, Dan, because Thomas had warned him not to dig up the soil carelessly, claiming that he had planted parsnip there. Because of unemployment, Thomas searched for job opportunities throughout Sedalia and eventually found work as a farm laborer on a farm. The farm was run by a 59-year-old man named Moore and his 29-year-old son Charles. However, in early May 1890, Charles mysteriously disappeared, but his disappearance did not attract much attention. A week later, Moore also disappeared. Moore had purchased some railroad tracks from his neighbor and promised to pay for them soon, but as the payment date approached, Moore failed to show up. So the neighbor went to Moore's farm, but he only found Thomas. When asked about the whereabouts of the farm owners, he replied that he had not seen them and had no obligation to look after them. These words made people suspicious, because just the day before, several workers had seen Thomas moving soil into Moore's house. Days later, neighbors organized a search team to look for Moore and his son. On the same day, the police received a report that an elderly man had attempted suicide by taking medication, was lying on the ground in the park, convulsing. When the police arrived at the park, the man was identified as 59-year-old Thomas. Because he had not taken many drugs, he was rescued. When asked why he wanted to commit suicide, he said that he was tired of his exhausting and tormented life. He just wanted to go to heaven to see God. Meanwhile, the search team conducted a thorough search of the Moore farm. Not long after, they discovered Moore's body in the cellar of the house. His skull had been brutally split open by an axe. That same evening, Charles's body was also found in a field on the farm that was not planted with crops. Like his father, he died from fatal injuries inflicted by an axe. These two brutal murders shocked the local community. Due to various factors, the villagers linked these clues to Thomas and unanimously believed that he was the murderer. And Thomas attempted suicide because his crimes were about to be exposed. In order to protect Thomas from being lynched by angry villagers, the old man was immediately arrested and imprisoned. As the case continued to unfold, rumors about the old man had also killed Susan began to spread locally. Hearing this, Dan and a neighbor decided to take action. They went to the cabin and dug up the spot that Thomas had warned him not to excavate. However, Susan's body was found there, curled up in a fetal position. Later, after initial examination, the coroner confirmed that Susan's manner of death was highly suspicious. So everyone unanimously agreed that the three victims had been murdered by Thomas. While awaiting the trial, Thomas admitted to killing Moore and his son, claimed that he did it to pay off a $300 debt. This statement sparked discussions among the people and led to suspicions that Moore's ex-wife had hired Thomas to kill Moore and Charles. As a result, Moore's ex-wife and her son William were arrested, but due to insufficient evidence, they were soon released. As the trial approached, Thomas changed his story again, claiming that he was only an accomplice who helped bury Moore and Charles. He would plead guilty to that charge, but not murder. At the hearing for the case, onlookers noticed that the hat Thomas was wearing bore a striking resemblance to Moore's hat, and the indentation on that hat perfectly matched Charles's head wound. As a result, no one believed Thomas was not the murderer. On November 30th, 1890, Thomas was formally charged. When faced with questions from journalists, the man remained indifferent and unmoved, admitting that he had not carefully read the indictment and hoping to be acquitted. This case had a huge social impact. The judge even ordered all other trials to be suspended. After 2 weeks of tense proceedings, the jury unanimously found Thomas guilty. Because the crime was serious, the judge sentenced him to death. After the death sentence was handed down, Thomas's lawyers repeatedly appealed the verdict. Ultimately, the Supreme Court issued its ruling, finding Thomas guilty and sentencing him to be hanged on October 31st, 1891. Later, when questioned by journalists, Thomas said he was mentally prepared and didn't care when the execution would happen. He also wrote a letter to the governor of Missouri, asking for a public hanging. On the morning of the execution, the infamous Thomas climbed onto the gallows and confessed all his crimes to everyone present. His final words were, "I should have been hanged 30 years ago." He was then fitted with a black hood, and the noose was placed around his neck. After the sheriff prayed for God to have mercy on his soul, he was executed by hanging. Since no one claimed his body, Thomas was buried in a pauper's grave. In French criminal history, there is a little-known and disturbing serial killer named Millet, also known as the Boar of the Moors. Unlike serial killers, who commit crimes frequently and kill multiple victims in a short period of time, Millet's crimes were extremely infrequent. Over the course of 53 years, he killed only 3 victims, committing a murder every 20 years. The city of Hyères in France, located on the Mediterranean coast, this place enjoys abundant sunshine and beautiful natural scenery, surrounded by palm trees. On July 2nd, 1929, Millet was born in this city. His childhood was full of ups and downs. His father was an alcoholic with a violent temper, often shouting at Millet and throwing things at him. His mother was indifferent to this. She avoided everything, chose to have an affair, always spent time with strange men, ignored Millet's wounds and tears. Even when Millet tried to tell her about his pain, she would impatiently interrupt him. There used to be an abandoned castle in the wilderness of this city, which has been ignored for a long time. From there, one could overlook the city of Hyères and the surrounding moors. At the age of 14, Millet chose to drop out of school. He often hid there to escape the misfortunes brought about by his original family. The boy spent most of his time in this abandoned castle, which felt like home to him. Later, when Millet began stealing, he would also hide here. In the early 1950s, Millet was drafted to serve in Tunisia, where he served as a sniper. During his service, Millet continued to steal and was convicted of assaulting an officer and illegally possessing war weapons. A year later, he was arrested and imprisoned for attempting to shoot a teenager with a rifle. In March 1954, Millet returned to Hyères. During this period, this lonely and charming man constantly wandered around the local dance halls. Soon, he met a 15-year-old girl named Paulette. Because this girl exuded the energy of youth, the lonely man fell in love with her without being able to help himself. However, the relationship between Millet and Paulette ended before it began. Paulette's family was poor, and her parents were not around. She was raised by her aunt, Elisa. To ease Aunt's burden, she took on a part-time job as a domestic worker. Millet waited for Paulette to get off work at the door of the employer's house at 9 o'clock every night, and then they spent a few hours together, which completely affected this girl's rest time. Although she didn't dislike Millet, her aunt, Elisa, as an adult, was aware that Millet was obsessed with weapons, had a criminal record, and that her niece was only 15 years old. Therefore, she told her niece not to meet the man again. Days later, when Elisa and her fiancé were drinking in the bar, Millet suddenly found Elisa and asked her to go out to chat, because he learned that Elisa prevented Paulette from seeing him. However, Elisa slapped Millet across the face and warned him never to bother Paulette again. As the crowd began to accuse him, Millet directly threatened to kill Elisa. Minutes later, he took a gun and shot at Elisa. However, the bullet only hit the trash can. Later, in order to avoid being chased by the police, this man hid in the moors and stayed there for 5 days. It was around 5 p.m. on April 3rd. Elisa and her fiancé were standing near a bus stop. Once again, Millet took a gun, crossed the street, and walked straight toward Elisa, shooting her in the head and killing her on the spot, then fled back into the moors. No police officer could tolerate such a public shooting, so they immediately sealed off the local traffic. The next day, the man was arrested near the train station, having been shot 3 times. Despite falling into a coma due to the shooting, Millet miraculously survived. He was charged with murder and attempted murder in connection with the 2 shootings. On September 30th, 1955, the trial began. Millet admitted that he was guilty of murder. He explained that it was not premeditated murder. The first shooting occurred because he merely intended to scare Elisa, and as a sniper, he had no reason to miss her. The second shooting occurred because he merely hoped Elisa would withdraw the charges, but she began screaming as soon as she saw him, causing him to panic and accidentally shoot her. However, these explanations did not gain the trust of the judge and jury. Millet was found guilty and sentenced to death. While awaiting execution, he appealed the death sentence to the Supreme Court of Appeals. Ultimately, the first verdict was overturned due to technical issues. In the second trial, Millet was only sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, while in prison, the man became a model prisoner, leading to his sentence being further reduced to 20 years imprisonment. While imprisoned, Millet met a nurse named Fernanda. Millet often corresponded with Fernanda, and she frequently visited him in prison. Later, after Fernanda divorced her husband, Millet immediately began a romantic relationship with her and promised to marry her. On July 10, 1973, 44-year-old Millet was released on parole. A month later, as promised, Millet and Fernanda married and moved into a house in Hyers. This marriage was considered relatively happy. Although Millet did not have a job, he went hunting, gardening, and did not drink excessively or abuse his wife. Fernanda, a nurse, occasionally cleaned the house and took on part-time jobs to supplement the household income. However, over the years, this man's personality became increasingly strange, and he grew increasingly suspicious. Fernanda said that Millet constantly pressured her for sex, preventing her from sleeping. He then suspected her of cheating on him. On June 12, 1979, Fernanda told Millet that she would no longer allow him to sleep in the bed, because he spent most of the day doing nothing, and she planned to give Millet a check to leave her and live on his own. These words made Millet feel ashamed and led him to believe his wife was attracted to another man. The next morning, while Fernanda was still asleep, Millet stabbed her to death with a knife. After killing Fernanda, Millet locked himself in the house and began drinking heavily. After getting drunk, he picked up a gun and fired it continuously at the window, causing panic among the neighbors. When the police arrived at the scene, Millet began throwing money, letters, and photos out the window. He shouted that he had killed his wife, that he was a bastard, and that he wanted to kill himself. After 4 hours of persuasion by his friends and a pastor, Millet chose to surrender and was arrested voluntarily. As part of the investigation, the police opened Fernanda's work locker, where they found a draft of a breakup letter addressed to an unknown person. On May 11, 1981, the trial began. The victim's family believed it was a premeditated murder, claiming that Millet had planned to kill Fernanda in advance. However, the court did not agree with this assertion and instead ruled it to be a crime of passion, sentencing Millet to life imprisonment. At the age of 52, Millet was once again imprisoned. This man once again behaved very well, worked diligently, and accumulated a fortune of 300,000 francs, and his sentence was again reduced to 25 years. Additionally, during his imprisonment, Millet did not undergo any mental evaluations, and no one knew his mental state. From 1999 to 2001, Millet was granted leave on multiple occasions. During this time, the man encountered a woman named Giselle on the terrace of a cafe. He was 72 years old, and she was 54 years old. In the early stages of their relationship, Millet confessed his criminal past to her, but she did not mind. On the contrary, this woman was in a very poor financial situation, relying on disability benefits to live, and spending most of that money at the casino. On December 20th, 2001, Millet was granted parole. He then moved into Giselle's apartment. At first, Giselle was grateful because this man had eased her financial burden. She only needed to clean apartment and accompany Millet. However, 2 months later, Millet's possessiveness grew stronger. He began to monitor Giselle's life. Watching her every move, even if Giselle wanted to go out or do something, he wanted to know about it. Giselle couldn't tolerate this lifestyle anymore, so she decided to end the relationship. Faced with this situation, Millet panicked. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle and couldn't change his nature. In order to persuade this woman to stay, Millet claimed that he had buried a treasure in hires containing 12 gold bars. He said he was willing to give all of it to Giselle if she would stay by his side. Faced with the temptation of gold bars, Giselle agreed, but she needed to see it with her eyes to prevent Millet from deceiving her. A few days later, Millet and Giselle took a train to Hires. Along the way, Millet secretly bought an ice pick, and then the two of them took a taxi to the moors. When the two were alone in the moors, Giselle saw Millet's ice pick and realized that this man could easily kill her. So she said she trusted Millet and didn't need to see the treasure with her eyes, and then she took Millet's hand and walked with him to the highway. After returning to the train station, Giselle abandoned Millet and returned alone to her apartment. The next day, Millet contacted Giselle and told her that if she agreed to meet him and let him stay in her apartment, he would give her 10,000 francs. As everyone knows, Giselle was a gambler and deeply in debt, so she agreed, but Millet must leave in 4 days. While Giselle was lying in bed, Millet attempted to kill her with a kitchen knife. However, this man was already old. His body could no longer withstand a fierce struggle, so he only managed to cut Giselle's chin. After examining Giselle's injuries at the hospital, Millet chose to turn himself in. He was charged with attempted murder and sentenced to 7 years in prison. In 2007, at the age of 78, Millet was released from prison and returned to Hires. Near a hotel, Millet noticed a woman named Chantal, who suffered from depression and severe financial difficulties. At that time, Millet had approximately 30,000 euros in savings. He proposed moving into Chantal's home and living with her, offering to pay her rent, buy her gifts, and take her out to restaurants. But Millet was a man with a strong possessive nature. Although he did not become romantically involved with Chantal, he soon felt uneasy about one of her male friends, 41-year-old Christian, who frequently visited Chantal's apartment. On November 18th of the same year, Millet and Chantal spent time together in the apartment, but Chantal once again invited Christian to the apartment for drinks. Throughout the evening, Millet lay in bed, listening to the noise coming from Christian and Chantal. Then he left the apartment and told Christian that he would return fully armed, hoping that the young man would leave. However, Christian did not take these words as a threat. On the contrary, he invited Millet to drink, and it was clear that Millet viewed this invitation as an insult. An hour later, Millet knocked on the door, pulled out a gun, and shot Chantal in the thigh, then fired 3 shots at Christian, killing him. After the murder, Millet still wanted to go to the moors. He tried to hide his tracks as he had done before, but his aging body was clearly no longer capable of doing so. Realizing that he could not escape the police, the lonely old man pointed the gun at his own head and fired. In the 1960s, a horrific crime in Manchester, UK, shocked the region. A woman who had been abused as a child and a man who enjoyed hurting animals, both extreme sadists, became the Moors murderers. They kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered 5 teenagers. Saddleworth Moor, once peaceful and picturesque, became a place of terror at the hands of this couple. To this day, despite extensive searches, the location of one victim's body remains unknown. On July 12, 1963, Hindley was driving a van in Manchester, with Brady following on a motorbike. At around 7:30 p.m., 16-year-old Pauline Red, on her way to a club to dance with friends, was approached by the van. Hindley offered her a lift and asked her to help her find an expensive glove on Saddleworth Moor. Seeing the woman driver, Pauline agreed. On arrival, a motorbike also arrived. Although initially frightened, Pauline was told the biker was there to help. Half an hour later, Brady returned alone with Pauline near death, her clothes torn and her throat almost cut. When Hindley asked if he had sexually assaulted Pauline, Brady replied, "I certainly did." Then they buried the body together. On January 2nd, 1938, Ian Brady was born in the Gorbals area of Glasgow. His mother, an unwed tea room waitress, never revealed his father's identity, though it was rumored to be a newspaper reporter who died before Brady's birth. A few months later, Brady was given to a local couple for upbringing, yet his birth mother visited him throughout his childhood. At 9 years old, Brady moved with his adoptive parents to Loch Lomond, Scotland, one of the UK's largest freshwater lakes. There, he developed a love for the outdoors. However, Brady exhibited cruelty to animals from a young age. Despite his denials, reports claimed he bragged about killing his first cat at 10 years old, burning another cat and a dog alive, and decapitating a rabbit. When he was a teenager, Brady was tried twice for breaking and entering, leading to his expulsion from school. He then worked as a T-boy in a shipyard. Brady once had a girlfriend, but when she attended a dance with another boy, he threatened her with a switchblade, resulting in new charges. Before turning 17, Brady was given probation, with the condition of living with his mother, who had moved to Manchester and married an Irish fruit merchant. Less than a year after moving to Manchester, Brady was arrested for stealing lead seals and attempting to smuggle them out of a market. Sentenced to 3 months in a reformatory for juvenile offenders, then he was released and returned to Manchester, taking up manual labor, which he despised. To better himself, Brady borrowed an instruction manual from the local library and studied in his room for months, surprising his parents as he had never been interested in learning. In 1959, at 21 years old, Brady applied for a stock clerk position at Millward's Merchandising, a chemical wholesale distribution company in Gorton. Colleagues described him as a quiet and punctual young man, albeit with a bad temper. But unbeknownst to them, Brady was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, deeply interested in and actively spreading Nazi ideology in the UK. He often read related books, including Mein Kampf, and taught himself German. Myra Hindley, born on July 23, 1942, in Crumpsall, Manchester, had a violent childhood. Her father, a former soldier, was an alcoholic who abused her and her mother. At 8 years old, after being bullied by a boy, she was forced by her father to seek revenge, embedding violence in her psyche. In June 1957, at 13 years old, Hindley was invited by her friend Michael Higgins, also 13 years old, to swim at a derelict reservoir. Though she agreed, but she went elsewhere with another friend. While Michael drowned there, this incident haunted her with guilt. Hindley's first job was as a junior clerk at an electrical engineering firm, where she was popular for fetching things and making tea for colleagues. Even when she lost her first week's wages, they pitched in to help her. At 17, she became engaged to a young man but called it off months later, deeming him immature and unable to provide the life she desired. In January 1961, at 18, Hindley joined Millward's Merchandising as a typist. She was instantly attracted to Ian Brady, noting details about him in her diary. They had their first conversation on July 27, 1961, and went to the cinema together on December 22nd. Brady read her books about Germany, and they often discussed German atrocities during lunch. Despite expressing concerns about Brady's character in letters, she was deeply infatuated, writing that he had convinced her there was no God and she believed whatever he said. Under his influence, she adopted an Aryan look, bleaching her hair blonde and wearing dark red lipstick, and dressed in boots, short skirts, and leather jackets. The couple frequented libraries, reading about philosophy, crime, and torture. In 1963, Brady and Hindley planned a bank robbery. Hindley got her driver's license and met the chairman of a rifle club, who showed her local shooting ranges and arranged for her to buy a rifle from a Manchester gun dealer. However, her poor shooting skills and temper made the robbery plan fail. Brady then became interested in photography, buying camera and darkroom equipment, and the couple took many explicit photos of each other. In July 1963, Brady read a novel about two wealthy young men who murder a 12-year-old to avoid the death penalty, which inspired him to commit the perfect murder. On July 12th, they killed Pauline, their first victim. On the evening of November 23, 1963, Brady and Hindley offered 12-year-old John Kilbride a ride in Ashton-under-Lyne, promising him sherry. Once in the car, they claimed to retrieve the sherry and later suggested a detour to Saddleworth Moor to find Hindley's lost glove. Upon arrival, Brady took John out, while Hindley waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John, slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated knife, strangled him with a shoelace or rope, and buried his body in a shallow grave. On the evening of June 16, 1964, Hindley drove her mini pickup and asked 12-year-old Keith Bennett to help load boxes into the car, promising a ride home, and Brady was in the back seat. They went to a Saddleworth Moor parking spot, and Brady and Bennett got out to look for lost gloves. About 30 minutes later, Brady returned alone with a shovel he'd hidden earlier. He admitted to Hindley that he had sexually assaulted and strangled Bennett with a rope. On December 26, 1964, Brady and Hindley noticed 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey alone in Ann Coates' playground. They approached her, dropped some items, and asked her to help load a parcel into the car, then taking her to Hindley's house. There, Downey was stripped, gagged, and forced to pose for photos before being sexually assaulted and strangled. And the attack was recorded on a tape with Brady and Hindley's voices heard over the victim's screams and pleas. The next morning, they drove Downey to Saddleworth Moor and buried her naked body in a shallow grave. On the evening of October 6, 1965, Hindley dropped Brady at Manchester Central Station while she waited in the car. Then Brady selected a victim, 17-year-old Edward Evans, an engineering apprentice, and Brady introduced Hindley to Evans as his sister, and they went to Hindley's house together, drinking a bottle of wine along the way. Once home, Brady sent Hindley to get her brother-in-law Smith. Despite her family's disapproval of her sister's marriage to Smith, Brady had been befriending Smith, which worried Hindley as she feared Smith might jeopardize their safety, but she still brought Smith back and had him wait outside for a signal. When the signal came, Smith entered and talked with Brady, asked Smith if he had brought a mini bottle, and asked him to wait in the kitchen. Smith then heard a high-pitched scream followed by continuous screams. Hindley shouted, "Dave, help him!" Smith ran into the living room and saw a young man lying on the sofa with Brady standing beside him, axe in hand, ready to strike. Then Smith heard the axe hit the left side of the man's head and saw Brady binding Evans with electric wire. Since Evans's body was too heavy for Brady to lift into the car alone, Brady wrapped it in plastic and placed it in the spare bedroom for later disposal. After Evans's murder, Smith agreed to return at dawn the next day with his daughter's pram to help move the body. He went home at around 3 a.m., but vomited due to what he had seen and told his wife everything. At 6:10 a.m., he called the police from a phone box in the estate with a screwdriver and bread knife for protection against himself. Then he was taken to Hyde Police Station by police car and recounted the previous night's events. Then the police went to Hindley's house. A policeman in a bread delivery uniform, hiding his face with his coat, asked Hindley at the back door if she had a husband or any men inside. She denied it, but after the policeman revealed his identity, she let him into the living room. Brady was writing a letter to his employer about his ankle injury. The policeman claimed to be investigating a violent incident from the night before involving firearms. Hindley denied knowledge of any violence and allowed the police to search the house. When asked for the key to the locked spare bedroom, she claimed it was left at her workplace, but under the policeman's insistence, Brady made her hand over the key. The police found Evans's body, and Brady was arrested for murder. He said, "I had a fight with Evans and things got out of hand." Although Hindley wasn't arrested, she asked to go to the police station with Brady, taking her dog. She refused to comment on Evans's death, claiming it was an accident, and was allowed to go home on condition she returned the next day. Over the following 4 days, Hindley visited her employer to ask for dismissal to claim unemployment benefits. Once she found an envelope belonging to Brady and burned it in the ashtray, claiming she didn't open it but suspected it contained plans for a bank robbery. Meanwhile, the police uncovered more evidence and were convinced of Hindley's active involvement in the murders of Evans and potentially other victims. On October 11th, she was arrested and detained, charged as an accomplice to Evans' murder. During a search of the house, police found an old exercise book named John Kilbride, leading them to suspect Brady and Hindley's involvement in other unsolved disappearances of children and teenagers. Brady told the police that he had a fight with Evans, insisted the murder was committed by him and Smith together, with Hindley only giving false testimony. Smith mentioned Brady's interest in the train station, but was unaware of the contents or location of the suitcases. On October 15th, the police found Brady's suitcases at Manchester Central Station. One contained 9 pornographic photos of a young girl, later identified as Downey, and a 16-minute tape recording of a girl named Leslie Ann Weston screaming, crying, and begging to go home. The police asked Downey's mother to view 2 photos for identification, which she confirmed as her daughter's, and also identified the voice on the tape as her daughter's. A neighbor revealed that Brady and Hindley had taken him to Saddleworth Moor multiple times, suggesting the remains might be buried nearby. The police immediately began a search and found an arm bone protruding from the peat on October 16th, initially thought to be John's but later confirmed as Downey's. with her body still recognizable and her mother identifying the clothes buried in the grave. In addition to crime scene photos, the suitcases contained pictures of Saddleworth Moors scenery. Smith had told the police that Brady bragged about having photographic evidence of multiple murders. On October 21st, the police found John's severely decomposed body, identified by his mother through clothing. The same day, the imprisoned Brady and Hindley appeared at Hyde Magistrates Court charged with Downey's murder. The investigators also suspected Brady and Hindley of murdering other children and teenagers who had disappeared from Manchester and its surrounding areas in recent years. After John's body was found, the search continued for a while but was called off in November with the onset of winter. Various newspapers were keen to point out possible other victims of the Moors murderers, including Pauline and Bennett. During the trial, Brady admitted photographing Downey but claimed she was taken by two men. On December 2nd, he was charged with the murders of John, Downey, and Evans, while Hindley was charged with the murders of Downey and Evans and being an accomplice in John's murder. At the committal proceedings on December 6th, the prosecution's opening statement was made in a divided court rather than a public one, and the defense's similar request was denied. In December, 3 judges continued the proceedings for 11 days before sending the 2 defendants to Chester Assizes for trial. Many photos taken by Brady and Hindley at Saddleworth Moor featured her dog puppet, sometimes with a puppy. To help determine the photos' dates, detectives had a vet examine the dog to estimate its age, which required general anesthesia and led to the dog's death. Hindley was furious, accusing the police of murder, one of the rare times she showed emotion in front of them. On April 19, 1966, a 14-day trial began at Chester Crown Court. For the safety of Brady and Hindley, the court installed bulletproof glass and took other security measures. Journalists worldwide booked most hotel rooms in the city to cover the case, and spectators gathered outside the court daily, even after long travels. Initially, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Eventually, Brady admitted axing Evans but blamed others for the murder, while Hindley denied involvement and accused Brady. However, when the 16-minute tape recording was played in court, featuring the voices of Brady and Hindley, it contradicted Hindley's various defenses regarding Downey's death. On May 6th, after over 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brady guilty of 3 murders and Hindley guilty of 2 murders and 1 count of harboring a criminal. The judge sentenced both to life imprisonment, emphasizing they should spend a very long time in prison. Throughout the trial, both persisted in lying. Hindley was described as a quiet, restrained, and cold-blooded person, while the judge deemed Brady incredibly evil and unlikely to reform. Brady was later moved to Ashworth Hospital for psychiatric care, but refused to cooperate with psychiatrists. He died there in 2017. Hindley's appeal after the trial failed. She maintained contact with Brady until 1971 and even developed a relationship with a prison officer, planning an escape that never succeeded. In 1985, her minimum sentence was extended to 30 years. She was transferred to a medium-security prison in 1994 but was repeatedly denied release upon appeal. Hindley passed away in 2002 due to bronchopneumonia. Bennett's body has never been located. In 2003, police launched a search operation for Bennett's body at Saddleworth Moor, utilizing advanced resources like reconnaissance satellites capable of detecting soil disturbance. Despite these efforts, the search for Bennett proved fruitless. On September 30th, 2022, police resumed the search in the bog after an amateur investigator reported finding a skull. However, on October 7th, they announced the end of the search, having found no traces of human remains. In the chilly air of northern England during the 1970s, an invisible fear hung heavy. One man plunged the entire society into deep panic. His name was Peter William Sutcliffe, but he was more infamously known as the Yorkshire Ripper. From 1975 to 1980, for 5 long years, he brutally took the lives of 13 women using hammers and knives, all under the guise of carrying out God's will. He claimed to be on a divine mission to purge society of immoral women. Initially, his targets were sex workers, but as his madness spiraled out of control, any woman walking alone became his prey. It was a pitch-black night, the street flickering under the dim glow of yellow streetlights. A young woman walked alone, her steps unsteady, clearly having had a few drinks. She stumbled her way home, the only sounds being her own footsteps and breathing. She had no idea that someone was silently trailing her, not far behind. That was her last night out. The next time she was seen, she lay in a desolate field, her skull crushed by a hammer, her body covered in knife wounds. Perhaps her name has been forgotten, but her fate became a reflection of Peter's other victims. They were women marginalized by society and also victims of the violence and prejudice of that era. Peter was born in Bingley on June 2, 1946. Bingley is a pretty town in West Yorkshire, England. The town had huge meadows, calm lakes, and thick forests, and its yearly music festival brought thousands of visitors. But beneath the town's beauty, Peter's childhood and teenage years were pretty rocky. His family life was filled with conflict and tension. His father was a member of the choir at the local St. Wilfrid's Anglican Church, while his mother was a devout Catholic. Their differing beliefs became a source of constant friction. His father harbored deep hostility toward his mother, often hurling abusive insults at her, even during her pregnancies. This left her emotionally shattered, silently enduring her husband's cruelty. For Peter, his father was an alcoholic with a volatile temper, incapable of normal communication with his family. During one Christmas dinner, Peter accidentally sat in his father's seat and was brutally beaten with a wine glass. But this violence was no isolated incident. His father constantly belittled him, calling him a coward and mocking him for relying too much on his mother. Each insult and beating cut deep into Peter's heart like a knife. Even so, Peter's mom was the family's rock. She took care of the house and raised the kids in the Catholic faith. When the kids were being mistreated by their dad, she'd always be there to comfort them and say nice things about them, trying to make them feel better. But no matter how much she tried, there was no changing the toxic atmosphere at home. In interviews, Peter's siblings described their father as a monster whose mere presence would freeze the air, suffocating everyone with tension. When he was a teenager, Peter developed an obsession with sex workers that bordered on pathology. He spent hours watching them and even stalking their male clients. He dropped out of school at 15 and bounced around from job to job. His stint as a gravedigger at Bingley Cemetery was probably the most chilling of all, and he did it not once, but twice. His coworker said he seemed to really like the job and even volunteered for extra hours to wash the corpses. In 1970, Peter's father orchestrated a family drama. He disguised himself as his wife's lover, lured her to a local hotel, and brought Peter and two of his siblings along. His sole aim was to expose her alleged infidelity. When their mother entered the hotel room, their father, in front of the children, pulled out a nightgown from her purse, trying to prove her betrayal. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The room was filled only with the father's furious accusations and the mother's helpless silence. In 1971, Peter found a job on the packaging line at Baird Television Factory, where he spent his days repeating monotonous assembly tasks. However, when the company offered him a position as a salesman, he chose to quit instead. He then began working night shifts at Enderton International. In 1975, the factory laid off workers, and Peter lost his job. Using his meager savings, he enrolled in training to become a heavy truck driver. But luck wasn't on his side. A year later, he was fired for stealing old tires, plunging him back into unemployment. It wasn't until October of that year that he found work as a truck driver in Bradford's industrial district. In his younger years, Peter had tried to hire sex workers, but one experience left him deeply humiliated and enraged. He was scammed by a sex worker and her pimp, who took his money and left him feeling utterly degraded. While some analysts believe he never truly sought sexual services, his obsession with sex workers was undeniable. He often wandered the streets of Leeds and Bradford, watching their every move. On February 14, 1967, Peter met 16-year-old Sonia Sharma at the Royal Standard Pub in Bradford's red light district. She was the descendant of Ukrainian and Polish refugees from Czechoslovakia. On August 10, 1974, the two married. At the time, Sonia was striving to become a teacher, but fate dealt her a heavy blow. She was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. After their marriage, Sonia suffered multiple miscarriages, and doctors told her she might never be able to have children. Despite her physical and emotional exhaustion, she resumed her teacher training. During this period, she had an affair with an ice cream truck driver. In 1977, she completed her training and began working. The couple used her salary to buy a house at 6 Garden Lane in Heaton. This was the starting point of their life together and the place where Peter was living when he was arrested in 1980. In 1975, Peter's crimes began. He was searching for a sex worker who had scammed him out of money. Sitting in a van with his friend Trevor Birdsall, he waited for his target to appear. Then he left the van and walked along St. Paul's Road in Bradford, disappearing from sight. When Peter returned, he was out of breath and urged Trevor to leave the scene quickly. He admitted to hitting a sex worker on the head with a stone he had hidden in his sock. The next day, police visited Peter's home because the victim had noted down the license plate number. He confessed to the assault but claimed he had only hit her with his hand. The police told him he was very lucky, as the victim chose not to press charges. On the evening of July 5th, Peter carried out his second attack in Kegley. His target was 36-year-old Anna Rogalskij. He knocked her unconscious with a hammer and slashed her abdomen with a knife, leaving the ground soaked in blood. However, due to interference from a neighbor, Peter was unable to finish his killing and fled the scene in a hurry. Anna underwent brain surgery, and the attack left her with severe psychological trauma. She later said, "I have always been afraid to go out because I feel like people are staring at me, pointing fingers. This incident has made my life miserable. Sometimes I wish I had died in the attack." On the night of August 15th, Peter attacked 46-year-old Olive Smelt in Halifax. He approached her, striking up a brief conversation about the weather. Olive, completely unsuspecting, thought it was just a casual encounter. Suddenly, Peter struck her head from behind with a hammer, and she collapsed instantly, blood pouring from her wound. He then undressed her and slashed her lower back with a knife. Again, interrupted, he fled the scene. Like Anna, Olive suffered severe emotional and psychological trauma. She later told detectives that the attacker had a Yorkshire accent, but this information was overlooked because neither Olive nor Anna had been near the red light district. On August 27th, Peter attacked 14-year-old Tracy Brown in Silston. He crept up behind her as she walked along a country lane and struck her head 5 times with a hammer. Tracy fell by the roadside, but when Peter saw the headlights of a passing car, he fled in panic. Tracy survived after undergoing surgery. She later recalled being initially fascinated by Peter. "We walked together for nearly a mile, about 30 minutes. I never felt scared or in danger." On October 30th, Peter claimed his first victim, 28-year-old Wilma Mary McCann, a mother of 4. She was last seen at 7:30 p.m. leaving a council building on Scott Hall Road in the Chapeltown area of Leeds. Peter approached her from behind and struck the back of her head with a hammer, killing her instantly. On January 20th, 1976, Peter committed his second murder in Leeds, stabbing 42-year-old Emily Monica Jackson a total of 52 times. Due to financial difficulties, Emily had been persuaded by her husband to engage in sex work, using the family's roofing business van as transportation. Peter picked her up outside the Gaiety Bar on Roundhay Road and drove her to an abandoned building site on Enfield Terrace. He first struck her head with a hammer, then dragged her body into a litter-strewn yard. There, he stabbed her neck, chest, and abdomen with a screwdriver. He even stomped on her thigh, leaving boot prints behind. On May 9th, Peter attacked 20-year-old Marcella Claxton in Roundhay Park. She had accepted a ride from Peter after leaving a party. When she got out of the car to relieve herself, Peter struck her from behind with a hammer. Although she survived, she required multiple brain surgeries and suffered from lifelong intermittent fainting spells and chronic depression. She also lost her 4-month-old unborn child. As a result, she consistently testified against Peter during the trial. On February 5, 1977, Peter attacked 28-year-old Irene Richardson in Roundhay Park. She was last seen at 11:15 p.m. leaving a rented house on Cooper Street. Saying she was heading to Tiffany's Bar and Discotheque in central Leeds, Peter struck her head with a hammer, killing her, then stabbed her neck and throat and delivered 3 more stabs to her abdomen. After killing Richardson, Peter mutilated her body with a knife and neatly placed her boots behind her thighs. On April 23rd, Peter murdered 32-year-old Patricia Atkinson Mitra in her Bradford apartment. According to Peter's confession, he picked her up in Manningham and drove her to her residence. There, he struck the back of her head 4 times with a hammer, incapacitating her. He then pulled down her jeans and pants, exposed her breasts, and stabbed her abdomen 6 times. On June 25th, Peter attacked 16-year-old Jane Michelle MacDonald. She had planned to meet friends at the Hofbrauhaus, a German-style beer hall in Leeds, but after missing the last bus home, she decided to walk. Around 2 a.m., she was attacked by Peter on Reginald Street. Her body was discovered on a playground the next morning. The autopsy revealed she had been struck 3 times on the head with a hammer, stabbed in the chest and back, and had a broken bottle found on her chest. On July 10th, Peter attacked 43-year-old Maureen Long in Bradford. She had accepted a ride from Peter after leaving a nightclub. When she got out of the car to relieve herself, Peter struck her head with a hammer, knocking her unconscious. Fortunately, due to the intervention of a passerby, she survived. She was found suffering from hypothermia and was hospitalized for 9 weeks. On October 1st, Peter murdered 20-year-old Jen Bernadette Jordan, a sex worker from Manchester and a mother of 2. Peter picked her up in the Moss Side area and drove her to Princess Road near Southern Cemetery. There, he struck Jordan's head with a hammer, killing her instantly. Peter later confessed that he realized £5 he had given her could be traced by the police, so he returned to the scene after a family gathering to retrieve it but failed. Jordan's body was discovered by workers on October 9th, and the police narrowed their investigation to 8,000 employees of Midland Bank by tracing the £5. On December 14th, Peter attacked 25-year-old Marilyn Moore on Wasteland near Scott Hall. While striking her with a hammer in the backseat of his car, he lost his balance. Although Moore suffered severe head injuries, she seized the opportunity and managed to escape. During the investigation, police found tire marks at the scene that matched those from previous attacks. Moore also provided a detailed description of Peter's black Sunbeam Rapier car and a suspect sketch that closely resembled Peter. At the time, Peter was questioned by the police but was not arrested. On January 21, 1978, Peter killed 21-year-old Yvonne Ann Pearson from Bradford. He repeatedly struck her head with a ball-peen hammer, jumped on her chest, fracturing her ribs, and stuffed her mouth with stuffing torn from an abandoned sofa. He hid her body near Lum Lane, where it wasn't discovered until 2 months later. 10 days later, Peter struck again, murdering 18-year-old sex worker Elena Ricca from Huddersfield. When Ricca got out of the car at Gallagher's timber yard, Peter struck her head 5 times with a hammer and removed most of her clothing. She was also the only victim Peter raped. After she staggered to her feet, Peter struck the back of her head with the hammer again, then retrieved a knife from the car and stabbed her through the heart and lungs. 3 days later, Ricca's body was found under asbestos behind a pile of timber. After his arrest in 1981, Peter said of her, "I had the urge to kill any woman. The impulse inside me to kill girls is now almost uncontrollable." At 10 p.m. on May 16th, 40-year-old Vera Evelyn Millward left her council flat and home, telling her boyfriend she was going out to buy cigarettes. In reality, she was meeting a client, as she was a sex worker. Peter picked her up and drove her to the car park of Manchester Royal Infirmary by the River Medlock in Chorlton. After getting out of the car, Peter attacked her with a hammer, then slashed her abdomen with a knife and repeatedly stabbed her back with a screwdriver. After her death, Peter dragged her body onto a fence and repeatedly stabbed her with the knife. On the evening of March 2nd, 1979, 22-year-old Irish student Anne Rooney was attacked at Horsforth College. Peter struck her 3 times on the head with a hammer from behind, but due to the intervention of a passerby, she survived. Rooney's description of the attacker and his car closely matched Peter and his Sunbeam Rapier, which had been flagged multiple times by police in the red light districts of Leeds and Bradford. In 1992, Peter confessed to the attack on Rooney, as well as the 1975 attack on Tracy Brown. However, the Crown Prosecution Service decided that bringing additional charges against Peter was not in the public interest, so no further legal action was taken. At 11:55 p.m. on April 4th, Peter murdered 19-year-old shop assistant Josephine Ann Whitaker on Savile Park Moor in Halifax. Whitaker was on her way home when Peter struck her from behind with a ball-peen hammer, hitting her again after she fell to the ground. He then stabbed her 21 times in the chest and abdomen, 6 times in the right leg, and inserted a screwdriver into her vagina. Despite a wealth of forensic evidence, the police investigation was derailed by a purported audio message from the killer. The man on the recording mocked Assistant Chief Constable George Oldfield of West Yorkshire Police, who was leading the Yorkshire Ripper investigation. The man said, "I'm Jack. I see you haven't had much luck catching me. I have the utmost respect for you, George, but Lord, you're no closer to catching me now than you were 4 years ago when I started." This recording led the police to focus their investigation on a man with a Wearside accent. The perpetrator of this hoax became known as Wearside Jack. In March 1978, he sent 2 letters to the police and the Daily Mirror, boasting about his crimes and signing them as Jack the Ripper. The letters claimed responsibility for the 1975 murder of 26-year-old Joan Harrison in Preston. However, these letters and the recording were a hoax, severely misleading the police investigation. In 2005, the hoax case was reopened, and DNA extracted from the envelopes was entered into the national database. The DNA matched John Samuel Humble, an unemployed alcoholic who had long resided in the Ford estate in Sunderland, just a few miles from Castletown. Humble's DNA had been collected in 2001 after he was arrested for being drunk and disorderly. On October 20th, 2005, Humble was charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice for sending the hoax letters and recording. He was convicted on March 21st, 2006, and sentenced to 8 years in prison. He died on July 30th, 2019, at the age of 63. Around 1 a.m. on September 1st, Peter murdered 20-year-old Barbara Janine Leach, a social psychology student at the University of Bradford. Leach was attacked as she passed Peter after leaving a bar. He struck her head with a hammer, then dragged her to the backyard of 13 Back Ashgrove, where he partially undressed her, stabbed her with a screwdriver, and covered her body with an old carpet and stones. Despite a massive publicity campaign by the police and an emphasis on the connection to the Wearside area, Peter was questioned by police at least twice in 1979 but was never strongly suspected. On June 26, 1980, Peter was arrested for drunk driving after being pulled over and testing positive for alcohol. However, this did not stop him from continuing his violent crimes. While awaiting trial in mid-January 1981, Peter carried out several more attacks and murders. On the evening of August 20th, Peter murdered 47-year-old civil servant Marguerite Walls. She had left her office between 9:30 and 10:30 p.m. to walk home to Farsley. Peter struck her from behind with a hammer, rendering her immobile, and continued to hit her while shouting, "Dirty woman!" To move her body from the attack site to a walled garden 20 yards away, Peter tied a rope around her neck and dragged her to the location. There, he suffocated her, removed almost all of her clothing except her tights, and partially covered her body with grass and leaves before leaving. On September 24th, Peter attacked 34-year-old Singaporean Dr. Upajia Bandara. She was walking home after meeting friends when Peter followed her into an alley in Headingley. He struck her head with a hammer, knocking her unconscious, then panicked and tied a rope around her neck before dragging her into the street and fleeing. On October 25th, 21-year-old Leeds University art student Maureen Lee was attacked by Peter. Lee had been in a bar in Chapeltown with friends and was rushing through a dark street to catch a bus home when Peter struck her from behind. Her injuries included puncture wounds to the back of her skull, a fractured skull, a broken cheekbone, a broken jaw, and multiple cuts and bruises. On the evening of November 5th, 16-year-old Teresa Sykes was attacked in Huddersfield. She was at a shop in Oaks when Peter struck her from behind with a hammer. Sykes' boyfriend heard her screams and scared Peter away. On November 25th, Trevor reported Peter's suspicious behavior to the police, revealing that he had helped Peter flee the scene of his first recorded attack. On January 2nd, 1981, Peter's fate took a turn. That night, he was stopped by police in Sheffield, South Yorkshire, with 24-year-old Olivia Reevers. A probationary officer noticed Peter's car had false license plates, leading to his arrest and transfer to Dewsbury Police Station in West Yorkshire. There, Peter was questioned due to his physical resemblance to descriptions of the Yorkshire Ripper. The next day, acting on a hunch, a sergeant returned to the scene of Peter's arrest. Behind an oil storage tank, he found a knife, a hammer, and a rope, items Peter had discarded after briefly leaving the station under the pretext of needing to urinate. Even more shocking, Peter had hidden a second knife in the toilet cistern at the police station. This made the police realize they might finally have caught the man who had terrorized the public. After 2 days of interrogation, Peter confessed on the afternoon of January 4th that he was the Yorkshire Ripper. He calmly described his numerous attacks and murders as if recounting someone else's story. He claimed God had instructed him to kill dirty women and told the police, "I was just cleaning up the place a bit." In May 1981, Peter's trial began. He pleaded not guilty to 13 counts of murder, but admitted to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. His defense was based on a twisted religious belief, claiming he was an instrument of God's will. However, the jury was not swayed by his claims and ultimately convicted him of murder, sentencing him to 20 life terms. The judge, in delivering the sentence, stated that Peter was beyond redemption and expressed hope that he would never leave prison. After his conviction, Peter began serving his sentence on May 22, 1981, at Parker's Prison. Although he was deemed mentally fit during his trial, he was later diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. In March 1984, he was transferred to Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility. Life in the hospital was far from peaceful for Peter. He was repeatedly attacked by other inmates. In 1996, convicted robber Paul Wilson tried to strangle him with stereo headphone cables. A year later, another inmate attacked him with a pen, leaving him blind in his left eye and severely damaging his right eye. These assaults filled Peter's remaining years with pain and fear. On July 16, 2010, the High Court heard Peter's application for a mandatory minimum sentence, and the court ultimately ruled that he would never be released, with the judge stating that Peter's crime was a campaign of murder, and that he was motivated by anger, hatred, and obsession, a ruling that completely ended Peter's hopes of regaining his freedom. In August 2016, a medical tribunal ruled that Peter's mental condition no longer required clinical treatment and decided to transfer him from Broadmoor Hospital to HMP Franklin. On November 13, 2020, Peter died at the University Hospital of North Durham at the age of 74. His death was attributed to COVID-19 and complications related to diabetes. His body was cremated, and a private funeral was held. The man who had once terrorized the nation became a footnote in history. In truth, this case remains one of the most complex and controversial investigations in British police history. The victims' identities and the limitations of forensic technology at the time allowed Peter to evade capture for so long. A 1982 inquiry report exposed critical flaws in the investigation. The inefficiency of the major incident room became a stumbling block, with unprocessed information piling up and crucial clues buried under mountains of paperwork. Meanwhile, senior police officials faced criticism for their missteps. One officer's excessive focus on a hoax tape led the investigation astray, despite experts unanimously declaring it a fake. This stubborn diversion of resources ignored genuine leads. More heartbreaking was the police's dismissal of survivors' accounts. These women provided detailed descriptions of the attacker and his vehicle, but their valuable insights were overlooked. Public discontent grew, particularly among feminist groups. They organized Reclaim the Night March, protesting the police's victim-blaming rhetoric and advocating for women's right to move freely at any time without fear of male violence. The police's attitude also sparked widespread controversy. During a press conference, a detective openly categorized victims as sex workers and innocent women, implying a disregard for the former's lives. This statement, even more extreme than Peter's own justifications, exposed deep-seated gender bias within the force. Although Peter was eventually arrested, the investigation's errors and biases left a lasting impact on public trust. In 2020, after Peter's death, West Yorkshire Police issued a public apology for the language, tone, and terminology used during the investigation. However, for the families of the victims, this gesture meant little. On November 19, 2007, John Straffen, described as an imbecile, a loner, a child trapped inside an adult, died in prison of natural causes. He will always be remembered as one of Britain's most notorious child murderers and the victim of one of the most humiliating trials in the history of British criminal justice. To this day, he is the longest-serving prisoner in the UK, having been incarcerated for 55 years, but that doesn't make up for the crimes he committed. Born in Borden, Hampshire, on February 27, 1930, Straffen spent his childhood in India, as his father served in the army and moved with the family to India, which at that time was still under British colonial rule. Straffen had a pretty normal childhood. There were no signs of mental issues or behavioral problems until he was 6 years old. That's when he got bitten by a mosquito which spread a virus to him. This led to encephalitis, a serious brain infection. If not treated quickly, this disease can cause long-term effects like memory problems, personality changes, and speech issues. In 1938, Straffen's family moved back to England and settled near Bath in Somerset. Soon after, Straffen started showing troublesome behavior. He began skipping school and stealing small things regularly. Because of this, he was sent to a guidance clinic for kids, but it didn't make a difference. 8 months later, he ended up in juvenile court after stealing a young girl's wallet. He was put on probation for 2 years. His probation worker soon noticed something troubling. Straffen didn't seem to grasp the concept of right and wrong. Most people, even those who break rules, have some understanding of morals and laws. They might struggle with their choices, but still recognize the boundaries. However, Straffen appeared completely disconnected from these ideas. Straffen's behavior might have been better if his parents had given him more support, but at the time, his family was living in a cramped space. His mom was too busy to pay much attention to him. Because of this, the probation worker thought Straffen needed more help. They sent him to a psychiatrist, who looked into Straffen's situation and decided he had a mental disability. As we know, the UK's Mental Deficiency Act classifies mentally defective individuals into 4 categories: idiots, imbeciles, feeble-minded persons, and moral imbeciles. This act covers mental defects, whether present from birth or acquired later in life. According to the act, individuals deemed mentally defective and meeting any of the criteria must be detained in a specialized institution or placed under legal guardianship. In June 1940, Straffen was sent to St. Joseph's School, a boarding school for mentally defective children, by local officials. An intellectual evaluation that same year revealed his IQ was 58, and his mental age was 6 years old. 2 years later, he was transferred to another boarding school. Staff there noted that Straffen was a lonely boy who resented being placed in a boarding school by officials. He often lost his temper for no apparent reason. Additionally, a second psychiatric evaluation revised his IQ to 64 and his mental age to 9.5 years. At the age of 16, Straffen left the boarding school and returned to Bath to live with his family. The same year, a health officer evaluated Straffen and concluded that his IQ was 64 and he was a moral imbecile, was capable of performing basic manual labor. But the officer noted that Straffen would need to be certified under the Mental Deficiency Act before he could join the workforce. Later, after several short-term menial jobs, Straffen found steady work as a machinist in a garment factory, a position he held for 10 months. In 1947, Straffen began to commit serious crimes. On July 27th, a 13-year-old girl reported to the police that a blonde teenager named John had covered her mouth and sexually assaulted her in an isolated area. The teenager had threatened her by saying, "What would you do if I decided to kill you? I've done this kind of thing before." At the time, police were unable to identify the attacker due to a lack of witnesses and information about his appearance. It was only later, after Straffen's arrest, that the case was linked to him. The same fall, Straffen was arrested for burglary, not his first offense. Straffen had a particular proclivity, perhaps a habit from his childhood, to steal items from unoccupied houses, but instead of taking these stolen items home or giving them to others, he threw them away. Straffen's thinking was different from the norm. When the average person is arrested, they never admit to charges that the police have no proof of, but Straffen voluntarily admitted to committing 13 other burglaries. Straffen was detained at HMP Horfield under the Mental Deficiency Act, and he also underwent a psychiatric examination by the prison's medical superintendent, who classified Straffen as imbeciles. 2 years later, because of his good behavior, Straffen was transferred to a lower security hotel where Straffen initially behaved well, working as hard as he could, but soon began his thieving behavior again. And in February 1950, when the warders saw him stealing a bag of walnuts, they once again sent Straffen back to HMP Horfield. In early 1951, Straffen was examined at a hospital, and an electroencephalogram revealed that Straffen had suffered extensive and severe damage to the cerebral cortex, stemming from encephalitis which he had contracted at the age of 6. At this point, Straffen was deemed by staff to have had his offense corrected so that he could be reunited with his family for a short period of time, and Straffen then found an odd job in the market garden in the interim. And upon learning this, staff allowed Straffen to keep his job and authorized him to return to his home and be unsupervised. In 1951, Straffen's family sued the medical staff, who believed that Straffen had developed the ability to live independently and fulfill his social responsibilities in his daily life. And under the Mental Deficiency Act, Straffen underwent a further psychiatric evaluation by the medical staff at the age of 21, but who continued to classify Straffen as feeble-minded. After being indicted, these medical personnel re-examined Straffen, and they found that Straffen's mental age had been corrected to 10, so they renewed Straffen's certificate of mental deficiency for only 6 months to facilitate his ability to be recognized as not needing to come back to the mental institution. In addition, 2 days before Straffen was re-evaluated for psychiatric evaluation, a 7-year-old girl named Christine Vivian Butcher was murdered in Berkshire County after her killer sexually assaulted her and then strangled her with her raincoat. After this murder occurred, the police investigation has always been passive, so this has caused intense public anger. Although the murder had nothing to do with Straffen, it is well known that Straffen had an inexplicably strong resentment and hatred of the police, which may have stemmed from the fact that Straffen had been subjected to police control throughout his teenage years, so it is highly likely that Straffen believed that the way he could get back at the police was by strangling young women, which he thought would cause the police great frustration. On the afternoon of July 15th, 1951, Straffen was visiting the local movie theater, as he always did on Sundays, and as he passed down a street, he noticed a little girl picking flowers in the grass and smiling up at him. This little girl is Brenda Constance Goddard, only 5 years old. She lives with her foster parents. At first, her foster parents made it a rule that she could only play in their own garden and never leave the house when they both had things to do or couldn't take care of her. But on this particular day, Brenda didn't listen to her foster parents. She hid from her foster mom and sneaked across the road to gather buttercups and daisies from a nearby meadow. Upon seeing Brenda, Straffen crouched down. He turned towards this little girl and asked, "What are you doing?" Brenda said, "Picking flowers." Then she smiled and held out her arm to show a bouquet of white flowers, and in the ensuing chat, Straffen learned Brenda's name. He said, "I know of a place where there are more beautiful flowers. They're in the woods nearby. I'll take you to see them. Okay?" Faced with beautiful flowers, Brenda eagerly agreed. Hand in hand, they walked together to the entrance of the grove, where there was a fence. So Brenda had to beg Straffen to carry her through. Almost immediately after that, Straffen strangled the sweet girl with his hands. Brenda didn't let out a single scream or fight back until she died. She was like a doll, full of affection for anyone in the world. For not hearing the little girl's screams, Straffen also felt confused and frustrated. He did not hide the remains. He just left the grove and continued his journey towards the movie theater. Around 3 p.m., Straffen was watching a movie when Brenda's foster mother also reported her missing. Around 7:10 p.m., police found Brenda's remains. She was located only 300 yards from her home. Police only found many cut white flowers at the crime scene. They found that the little girl had not been sexually assaulted, so they were unable to comprehend or confirm the killer's true motive for the crime. Next, after ruling out suspects from Brenda's biological and foster families, police began questioning people in the area who had previous criminal records. On August 3rd, Straffen was questioned. During that time, he admitted that he was wearing a navy blue suit that day. Investigators suspected that he might be the person wearing the suit that Brenda's foster mother saw before she noticed Brenda's disappearance. But Straffen denied any involvement in the murder, and the police had no physical evidence linking Straffen to the murder. On August 8th, Straffen met 9-year-old Cicely Dorothy Batstone at a movie theater. The two of them watched the same movie. After the movie was over, Straffen gave Cicely a candy bar, and the two of them began to talk. At first, Cicely made a query about how her mother had told her that it was Children's Day, and so she was allowed to come to the movie theater alone. But she doesn't know what the word means. And in response, Straffen tells her that the word means that children can do whatever they want all day. Straffen then offered to accompany Cicely to another local movie theater to see a Western, promising to pay for the ticket, to which Cicely excitedly agreed. And the two of them next rode a bus through the town, where at about 8 p.m., a policeman's wife was very disturbed when she saw them heading down the road toward the meadow, but didn't bother to interfere with Straffen and Cicely. Shortly after entering a meadow known locally as the Tumps, unsurprisingly, Cicely was strangled by Straffen, who then walked home, purchasing fish and chips to eat along the way. In fact, on the afternoon of August 8th, Cicely's parents were partying with friends, and they also told their 16-year-old daughter to supervise whether Cicely had come home at the prearranged time slot. That's why they let Cicely watch a movie at the movie theater alone. However, when Cicely didn't come home, her sister thought that Cicely stayed with her parents. Therefore, when Cicely's parents came home at around 11 p.m., they realized that Cicely was not at home. Upon receiving the report of a missing child, the police immediately conducted a massive manhunt. Learning that her husband, who was a police officer, was required to search for the missing little girl, the witness recalled the afternoon when she had seen a young brunette girl dressed in a gray cardigan and colorful dress, accompanied by a slim blonde young man, heading in the direction of the Tumps, and how this sighting had disturbed her. So, early the next morning, the witness mentioned the incident to her husband, who had just arrived home from a search, and instructed the police to search the spot where she had seen the two. And eventually, at 8:30 a.m. on August 9th, Cicely's remains were found. In addition to this witness, there were other witnesses who observed the strange pair, including a bus driver who noted that the young blonde man, with whom he had been a coworker, was named John Straffen. Next, the police drove directly to Straffen's home and questioned him about Cicely's murder, to which Straffen then replied, "Are you talking about the girl who was taking pictures with me last night?" Upon hearing this response, the police placed Straffen under arrest. Straffen admitted to the police that he had been at Cicely's side all yesterday afternoon, but he denied that he had killed her and insisted that the last time he had seen Cicely, she had been asleep at the Tumps. And a few hours later, he revised his story. "She was a bright little girl," he said, "and we chatted together in the seats downstairs, and we finished the movie and walked out of the theater together, and it was still light. We went into a field and walked up the slope behind the hedges, and she said she was tired and lay down on the grass, and I was choking her, and she was dead when I left her, but you can't prove it." He also voluntarily confessed to Brenda's murder, saying, "Another girl, I did the same thing to her." When asked why he killed the children, Straffen stated that he committed both murders, so that the police would actually have something to do, instead of continuing to hunt him down for relatively trivial offenses, and the next day he was formally charged with Cicely's murder. On August 24, 1951, Straffen was transported to Bath City Hall, where he was charged with 2 counts of child murder. The trial commenced on October 17th, and the only witness who testified was the medical superintendent of HMP Horfield, who testified that he had examined Straffen on several occasions between 1947 and 1951, that he was able to ascertain that Straffen's present mental deficiencies were substantially the same as they had been in 1947, and that, in his opinion, Straffen was incapable of comprehending the circumstances of the legal proceedings and the procedures. The judge said to the jury that, "In this country we don't try insane people. If you have to, you might as well try babies in arms. If a person can't understand what is going on, then they can't be tried." So the jury formally ruled that Straffen was insane and unfit to plead, but that he was also bound to liberty and detained at Broadmoor Hospital's psychiatric institution. The hospital was built in the 19th century and was initially known as the Criminal Lunatic Asylum. However, the Criminal Justice Act transferred all responsibility for the institution to the Ministry of Health in 1948. And by the time Straffen was incarcerated, those who had been admitted to the hospital had been reclassified from inmate to patient status, and as a result, all patients within the hospital were subject to a more humane regime. Upon arrival at this hospital, Straffen was assigned a job as a janitor, and on April 29, 1952, Straffen put on civilian clothes and then his assigned coveralls. And at about 2 p.m., using a large bucket of disinfectant, he climbed over a 3-meter-high wall after climbing up to the unguarded roof. The guards at Broadmoor Hospital were also quick to notice that Straffen had escaped, and they notified the local police. Meanwhile, after escaping Broadmoor Hospital, Straffen first stripped off his overalls and then walked for 2 hours to reach a small mountain village where he began to wander aimlessly. About 5:30 p.m., a resident glanced out the window of the cottage, where she saw a strange man sitting on a bench, watching intently as 5-year-old Linda Bowyer rode her new bike around the village. About 5:50 p.m., Straffen lured Linda into a nearby field and strangled her. Then he walked to a nearby house, claimed to be a hiker and lost, and asked the owner of the house for a glass of water and a road map to a nearby city. Straffen then stops a female driver on the road and asks if she can drive him to a nearby bus stop. Arriving near the bus stop, Straffen sees several men loitering right near the bus stop and nervously inquires, "Is that the police? What are they doing?" Immediately thereafter, he got out of the car early and walked directly in the opposite direction from the bus stop, and a few minutes later, Straffen was observed talking to several young children in an alley. The female driver spoke to several men at the bus stop and learned that they were police officers who were squatting on Straffen, who had escaped from Broadmoor Hospital a few hours earlier. And after learning what Straffen looked like, the female driver told several police officers that the passenger she had just picked up was Straffen. Whereupon several police officers immediately ran off in the direction she had indicated, and after a brief chase and struggle, the officers arrested Straffen at 6:40 p.m. in a field. At 7:30 p.m., Linda's mother noticed that her daughter had not returned home. She assumed that Linda was still around the village showing off her newly purchased bicycle. She only shouted her name from the garden gate. But as time passed and Linda never returned home, Linda's mother remembered that a neighbor had mentioned earlier that he had seen a strange man who had been staring at Linda, so she reported the situation to the police. Police found Linda's remains under an oak tree at 5:25 a.m. the next morning, and an autopsy showed that the child had been dead for 12 to 15 hours, just about 5 to 8 p.m. yesterday, and that she had not been sexually assaulted. Investigators approached Straffen, who had been arrested, and asked him if he had committed any other crimes during the time he was fleeing, to which Straffen replied, "I didn't kill her. I know you cops. I know I killed Brenda and Cicely, but I didn't kill the little girl on the bike," which obviously was a direct revelation to the police that Straffen was the same man who was staring at the Linda's strange man. On May 1st, 1952, investigators formally charged Straffen with Linda's murder and detained him in the hospital at HMP Brixton, awaiting the ensuing court trial. On July 21st, 1952, on the advice of defense counsel, Straffen pleaded not guilty to the charges. On the day the trial began, the defense told the jurors that their client would not testify on his own behalf because he was mentally defective, and indicated that a person found unfit to plead could not make a proper defense or follow the details of the evidence, and the defense elected to leave the issue of Straffen's sanity to the jury to decide. At the start of the trial, the judge said that evidence about Straffen's 2 previous murders could be used as similar factual evidence. There was no obvious motive for Linda's murder, which was not different from the cases of Brenda and Cicely. The 3 children were all under the same age. There was no evidence that they'd been fighting with the murderer at the scene, and the prosecution and witnesses didn't try to cover up the fact that the killer hadn't tried to hide any of the children's remains. The prosecution emphasized that Straffen had 4 hours of free time after his escape, during which time Linda was murdered, and the police were able to explain most of Straffen's actions during this time through eyewitness testimony and time projections, but they were still left with the crucial 20 minutes that they could not explain because Linda was murdered during this time. And then the police reconstruction of the route shows that it took approximately 6 minutes and 30 seconds from the time Straffen saw Linda on her bicycle to the woods, where her remains was found, to the time he left the woods and found a house to borrow water for a drink, meaning that Straffen had enough time to accomplish these actions during this 20-minute period. A pathologist noted that the pressure on Linda's neck was definite and correctly placed, like that of an experienced person, and in addition, he found many similarities between the method of strangulation used in Straffen's previous murders of 2 children and Linda's case. The defense strategy was to defend Straffen by questioning the prosecution's timeline and offering evidence of his mental condition. And they called several people who had previously evaluated their client to offer evidence of his mental condition. In addition to a woman and her son who heard a young girl's screams from the direction of the bushes where Linda was found at approximately 6:45 p.m. on the day of Linda's disappearance, from the direction of the bush where Linda's remains had been found, and they wanted to use this clue to show that Linda had been murdered after Straffen had been rearrested. The prosecution emphasized that 20 minutes was sufficient time for the murder and its aftermath, and challenged the testimony of the woman and her son as potentially inaccurate. In order to rebut the contention that Straffen was of limited intelligence and incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong, they called several medical personnel and psychiatrists to testify as to the therapeutic treatments they administered to Straffen prior to his escape from prison, claiming that they had enhanced Straffen's knowledge and intelligence, enabling him to know the difference between right and wrong, and to understand the basic principles relating to the consequential legal proceedings that resulted from his actions. One of the mental deficiency treatment specialists testified that Straffen told him that he knew it was wrong to commit the act of murder, because the act was one of the commandments. The trial took 4 days, and at the end of the closing arguments, the judge gave his final instructions to the jury. He said that if the jury was sure that the prisoner killed Linda, then the defense's claim of insanity should be considered. To prove insanity, the defense would have to show that the prisoner didn't know what they were doing was wrong. The jury would have to look at all the medical evidence from both sides. No one has ever said that this man is insane, even in the medical sense. The jury deliberated for only 29 minutes before announcing the verdict of Straffen's guilt. Therefore, the judge sentenced Straffen to death, and then told him that his crime was that he intentionally committed an act of cruelty against the girl. Upon hearing the verdict, Straffen showed no emotion. Furthermore, the mothers of the 3 victims were present in the courtroom and heard Straffen being sentenced to death. Initially, Straffen's execution date was set for September 4th, but the British Home Secretary at the time recommended to the Queen that Straffen's execution be stayed. So the death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment on August 29th, where it remained until November 19th, 2007, when he died of natural causes. In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone. In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earle Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible. He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing. So Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later. But the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beale was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the gorilla killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the third floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented." They could have been avoided if women had been more careful. I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just one day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of 1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Killinick, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwunessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders, but I am not the one who committed them." When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They are all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1st, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. They might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, "I forgive those who have wronged me." In the annals of criminal history, certain individuals are eternally condemned for their heinous and atrocious deeds, and Luis Garavito is one such figure. Known as the Beast, he is Colombia's most infamous serial killer and one of the most brutal child murderers in modern crime history. During the 1980s and 1990s, he preyed on the most vulnerable in society, poor and homeless children, committing hundreds of murders. He not only killed these young victims, but also subjected them to prolonged torture and sexual abuse. When many of the victims were found, they showed clear signs of extreme suffering, painting a horrifying and chilling picture that continues to haunt those who learn of his crimes. On January 25, 1957, Garavito was born in Genova, Quindio, a small town in Colombia. Despite its beautiful natural surroundings, the town suffered from severe economic and social underdevelopment, lacking basic education and healthcare resources. This meant the local security situation was dire, with high crime rates, leaving residents living in constant fear and insecurity. Garavito's family was really poor, and he and his siblings grew up not only neglected but also frequently abused. His dad was violent and harsh, and his mom, though gentle, couldn't protect the kids from their dad's brutality because she couldn't say much in the household. She herself was often abused by her husband. Garavito was a victim of bullying at school as well. Because he wore glasses, he was often teased and bullied by his classmates. During breaks, he would hide alone in quiet corners, too scared to talk to anyone, leaving him lonely. By the time he got to 5th grade, his dad made him stop going to school and get a job, and he wasn't allowed to make friends or even talk to girls. A year later, Garavito's father took him to get vaccinated, but this experience turned into a nightmare. There, he was sexually assaulted by a pharmacist who was not only their neighbor, but also a devout religious figure closely connected to his father. It is said that the pharmacist subjected him to cruel abuse, including biting and cutting him. After this incident, Garavito's personality changed drastically. He became extremely withdrawn and developed a violent temper, even killed and dissected 2 small birds and started acting inappropriately with his younger brothers and sisters. In 1971, Garavito's family moved to Trujillo, an unremarkable small town, but life there did not bring him peace. Shortly after arriving, a neighbor, under the guise of showing him heterosexual pornography, mocked his aversion to such content and even physically assaulted and sexually abused him. This traumatic experience led Garavito to turn to alcohol, which he was introduced to through his family. Over time, he became deeply addicted, and alcoholism became an inescapable vice in his life. In 1972, he officially began his criminal activities. He first attempted to date a local woman but was rejected. A few days later, he was kicked out of his home by his mother after trying to sodomize a 5-year-old boy. A year later, at the Bogota train station, he attempted to assault a 6-year-old boy. The boy's screams attracted passersby, and Garavito was arrested on the spot. When the police questioned him, he said he just wanted to gently molest the child, not sexually assault him. His dad later told him off, saying that he should have targeted women instead of men. Things got so bad between him and his family that he was disowned for his homosexual actions and cut off from his family. After that, Garavito's life was pretty rocky. He started off working as an assistant at a foundation and then got a job at a retail chain where he studied marketing. But he lost the job in the end because he got into a lot of physical fights with customers, colleagues, and his boss. He tried various jobs, including street vending and manual labor, but never found a stable direction in life. Then he got a job at a coffee plantation in Trujillo, and that's where he met Mary. She was a single mother and a school teacher. The two hit it off and even started going to church together every week. But Garavito's drinking got the better of him, and it didn't take long for the relationship to go down the pan. When he was sober, he was a loving boyfriend, but when he got drunk, he turned into a right nasty piece of work, verbally abusing Mary and trying to control her. In the end, she left him and took her child with her. When he was 21, Garavito started going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, trying to get over his addiction. At around the same time, he also converted to Pentecostalism, seemingly trying to turn his life around. But his relationship with his family was still going down the pan. His sister Esther was the only one who wanted to stay in touch with him, but she gradually lost touch because of his drinking problems. He then moved to Armenia, where he found a new job at a bakery. He went to church there a lot, and he'd pray with so much emotion, he'd even hit his chest. But despite all this, he just kept going downhill, visiting Valencia Park to hire child sex workers. On one occasion, after being fired from his job following a conflict with a coworker, Garavito felt hopeless and attempted suicide, though he failed. He then decided to seek treatment at the San Juan de Dios hospital, where he was hospitalized multiple times in the spring of 1980. During his stays, he expressed deep despair to the doctors, claiming he felt worthless. Despite showing clear signs of psychopathy and binge eating, the doctors diagnosed him with depression and prescribed antipsychotic medication. To explain his suicide attempt, Garavito told the doctors that he longed to have a child and even start a family. In reality, his struggles with erectile dysfunction while drunk made it impossible for him to form normal, intimate relationships with women. This frustration caused him immense pain, leading him to often lash out at his partners, venting his hatred and resentment toward his family. In the summer of 1980, Garavito got himself a new job at a supermarket in Armenia, Antioquia. He had a 2-hour lunch break every Thursday and Sunday afternoon. During this time, he started a short relationship with a single mother and beautician called Claudia. But the relationship didn't last long because Claudia thought he wasn't earning enough to meet her financial needs. To deal with his inner emptiness and pain, Garavito started spending time with the street kids in the area. He'd use his lunch breaks to sexually abuse homeless kids in the Quimbaya and Calarca regions. By autumn, he was getting even more brutal. He started carrying razor blades, candles, and a lighter with him, and even pulled out one of his teeth to bite the children more effectively. After each crime, Garavito would write the victim's name in a blue notebook and pray for them. But soon after, he would fall into depression and guilt, plagued by nightmares about the victims and waking up in tears. To avoid this pain, he often walked naked around his room, beating his chest and trying to justify his actions by reading the Bible. He was into Christianity and Catholicism at first, but then got into astrology, tarot, and even Satanism after a friend gave him some esoteric book. After reading Adolf Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, he started to identify with the Nazi leader a lot because they both had difficult childhoods, were gay, and had spent years wandering. He got really into Hitler and the mass graves of the Holocaust, even telling investigators that he admired concentration camps. On the 25th of January 1984, Garavito turned 27 and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital after suffering a mental breakdown. He spent 33 days there, and the doctors gave him antipsychotic medication and recommended psychotherapy for depression. But after being discharged on the 28th of February, he ignored the medical advice and fled to Pereira in the Risaralda department. There, he molested 2 kids and sent their photos to his sister. When the police revealed who he was, he quickly fled the city, taking tools like scalpels, candles, and razor blades with him. By this time, he had sexually assaulted over 100 children. During this time, Garavito became obsessed with a terrorist who claimed to be a Vietnam War veteran and had murdered his mother and several others at a restaurant in Bogota in December 1986. Garavito was jealous of the attention the terrorist got from the media and even fantasized about doing the same. He dreamed of getting a machine gun and killing his dad and family before taking his own life. Around the same time, he began a relationship with a single mother named Graciela Zabaleta, who lived near a local mental health center. Attracted by his confidence, she allowed him to move in with her on the condition that he provide meals and help pay household bills. Although Garavito took on a fatherly role in the family, his alcoholism led to scandals and antisocial behavior, which unsettled Graciela. Eventually, she ended the relationship. From 1988, Garavito started keeping a record of his sexual assaults and storing the trophies from his victims in black fabric suitcases that he kept at the homes of several women. These suitcases would later become really important evidence in uncovering his murders. It's thought that between 1980 and 1992, he raped and tortured at least 200 teenagers. On October 1, 1992, he attempted to commit his first murder. This time, he targeted a young boy selling candy and cigars on the street. While drunk, he lured the boy to the Melia Hotel district in Bolivar, Colombia, planning to take him into the woods to carry out his crime. However, local police interrupted his plans, beating him and even shooting him in the head with a revolver. They also stole 1,000 pesos, a watch, and a ring from him. On October 4th, he spotted 13-year-old Juan Carlos near a market. Already drunk, Garavito followed the boy, stopping at a store to buy a rope and a knife. He then lured Carlos away with the promise of 1,000 pesos, leading him to a bush near the local railway. There, Garavito knocked out Carlos's front teeth with his fists and used the knife to slash his throat, stomach, and genitals. On the 10th of October, he went to Trujillo to see his sister Esther. While they were drinking a bottle of brandy together, a 12-year-old boy called John Alexander Pinaranda walked past the door. For some reason, Garavito suddenly got super angry. He smashed the bottle, grabbed the boy, and brutally murdered him. After that, he went on a crime spree and started collecting victims' toes as trophies. Then, in 1993, Garavito upped his game. He tricked 8 kids aged 9 to 11 out of a local school into going with him to a wooded area so he could carry out his crimes. He then went on to murder 2 more children in the Maizen neighborhood before continuing his spree in Tuluá, Pereira, and Quimbaya. He ended his 1993 crime wave with the murder of 13-year-old Mauricio Monedero Medioletters. Back in 1994, he tricked a 12-year-old boy from Bogotá into getting on a bus. He gave the boy some brandy, then stripped him, tied him up in a hidden valley, and got ready to attack him. But then he caught a bad smell, and when he looked around, he saw a nearby cemetery. Possibly because he was scared or superstitious, he let the boy go. Instead of running away, the boy grabbed Garavito's knife and cut the tendons in his left hand. But in the end, Garavito overpowered the boy and killed him. On the 4th of February, he tricked 13-year-old Jaime Andres Gonzalez into going with him from Bolivar Square to a sugarcane field. That night, after being kicked out of a bar for complaining about the food, he took out his anger on Gonzalez, molesting and murdering the poor kid. During the crime, he found a big cross and got a bit crazy for a moment, hearing a voice telling him off. He buried the knife and prayed for forgiveness, but later retrieved it and went back to his hotel room, where he recited verses from Psalm 57 until dawn. Garavito's main victims were boys, but the local media also reported cases of him assaulting and murdering female victims. As well as the first 172 murders he was charged with, he admitted to 28 more in 2003, 5 of which involved adult victims. In June 1996, he got back in touch with his ex, Mary. He told her he'd lost his temp job selling air fresheners and asked if she would let him stay in exchange for some food and money. She was worried about his drinking and violent temper, but she still let him stay for a while. 2 months later, he broke his leg in the Guacamayas neighborhood of Bogotá and again asked Mary to let him stay. With crutches, a neck brace, and a cast, he begged on the streets and lived in Mary's home for 2 months. During this time, Garavito helped Mary's family by paying for meals and other expenses. But he did have a run-in with Mary's 15-year-old son once over the TV news. Eventually, Mary had enough and kicked him out, damaging a gold chain she had given him. Then, that same Christmas, Mary got a gift from a friend and Garavito got really angry. He called her in a drunken rage, claiming he didn't like those guys visiting and accusing them of stealing her generosity. After being told he wasn't welcome anymore, Garavito showed up at Mary's home the next morning, shouting obscenities and threatening her. He even grabbed her by the throat, forcing Mary and her family to flee to a neighbor's house. Then, hours later, he left a letter saying sorry and asking for forgiveness for the harm he had caused their family. By the end of his criminal career, he had become a homeless drifter, wandering through western Colombia. By this time, he had grown bored of murdering minors, finding them too easy to lure. Instead, he began planning a more audacious mass murder, intending to kidnap several adults, kill them in a way that would attract media attention, and then die in a final act of madness. However, this plan never came to fruition for various reasons. His crimes weren't just limited to Colombia. It's said he was active in Ecuador in the summer of 1998, where on the 20th of July he murdered 14-year-old Abel Gustavo Lor Valles, who was a shoe shiner and newspaper seller, and 12-year-old Jimmy Leonardo Palacios Anconia. Both boys were from poor families and went missing around midday. Then, Garavito was seen at a girls' school in Santo Domingo, Ecuador, but he got away. Police found 2 bodies at the scene, one of them a young girl who had been raped, tortured, and murdered in a way that was very similar to how Garavito usually operated. Local people also said they'd seen a foreign vagrant with a strong Colombian accent begging for money in the area during July and August 1998. On top of that, Garavito himself claimed to have been involved in murders in Venezuela. In 1998, on the 7th of November to be exact, a bunch of kids playing football in Pereira found a skeleton. They told the local authorities, who got involved. By November 15th, the police had found a pit with the remains of 36 children in Risaralda department. Most of the victims were boys, and their bodies showed signs of being tied up, sexually assaulted, and tortured for a long time. The sheer number of child disappearances and murders shocked the nation, and a widespread investigation was launched. The sheer brutality of the killings made the authorities think at first that a satanic cult or an international child trafficking ring was behind it. But then prosecutors noticed a pattern: nylon ropes and bottle caps were being found at the crime scenes, which made them think the crimes were probably committed by one person. On the 6th of February 1999, near a sugarcane field outside Palmyra, police found 2 naked kids lying side by side on a small hill. The next day, a 3rd child's body was found just meters away. All 3 victims had their hands tied up, showed clear signs of sexual abuse, and had their throats slashed really badly. They had bruises on their backs, genitals, legs, and buttocks, and the murder weapon was found at the scene. Police also found traces of the killer at the scene. That night, Garavito, heavily drunk, had fallen on top of one of the kids' body with a cigarette in his left hand. The cigarette set afire and left him severely burned. Investigators found his money, some burnt glasses, shorts, shoes, a receipt, and a note with Zabaleta's address. This became really important evidence that helped solve the case. From the burnt glasses, police deduced that the killer was a middle-aged man with astigmatism in his left eye, walked with a limp, and stood between 163 and 167 centimeters tall. Initially, they mistakenly arrested a 44-year-old local sex offender named Pedro Pablo Aram Erez Garcia, who was suspected due to his limp. However, child disappearances continued during his detention. Meanwhile, a detective began to suspect Garavito was the real culprit. They contacted Mary, who said she hadn't seen Garavito in 12 months, but handed over a black fabric suitcase he had left behind. When police opened the suitcase, they found it filled with photos of young boys, detailed murder diaries, victim tallies, and bills. A few days later, Garavito was arrested for trying to rape 12-year-old John Ivan Sabagal. On the 22nd of April 1999, he bumped into Sabagal selling lottery tickets in Villavicencio. Garavito said he was a local politician called Bonifacio Moreira Lescano, threatened the boy with a knife, and forced him into a taxi. He then made the boy climb over a barbed wire fence leading to a secluded hillside. There, Garavito tied up Sabagal and kept asking, "Am I a sadist?" He threatened the boy with a blade, shouting obscenities while masturbating. At that moment, a 16-year-old homeless boy overheard the commotion and threw rocks at Garavito, who then chased the teenager with a dagger. Then, both boys made it to the Rosa Blanca farmhouse in Villavicencio. There, they encountered a 12-year-old girl who cleverly lured Garavito into the woods, causing him to get lost. Local police later spotted him emerging from the woods around 7 p.m. Although Garavito provided a fake ID and claimed to be a politician, the officers remained suspicious. On July 4th, when Garavito's DNA sample matched the sample found in the victim, their suspicion was confirmed. In October, after more than 12 hours of interrogation, Garavito confessed to his crimes. He admitted that he often sought out young boys while drunk and explained that he himself was a victim of childhood sexual abuse. He then confessed to approximately 140 murders and was ultimately convicted of 138 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison, the longest sentence in Colombian history. However, under Colombian law, the maximum prison term is capped at 40 years. Due to his cooperation with authorities in locating victims' remains, his sentence was further reduced to 22 years. He was eventually transferred to a maximum security prison in Valledupar, Cesar Department, Colombia. Fearing he would be killed by other inmates, he was held in solitary confinement. While in prison, Garavito expressed some hope for the future, even telling a Colombian senator that he planned to enter Congress, become a pastor, marry a woman, and help abused children after his release. But things didn't go as planned. In 2021, he tried to get an early release, but the judge turned it down because he hadn't paid back the victims' families. His health was also getting worse at the same time. In the end, he died on the 12th of October 2023 at a hospital in Valledupar at the age of 66, suffering from severe eye cancer and leukemia. At the end of the 20th century, on a pitch-black night in an unremarkable house in Houston, Texas, a chilling and heinous bloody murder was quietly brewing. Dean Arnold Quarles was about to carry out evil atrocities on two teenagers he had lured to his home. This man, known as the Candyman by the community residents because he often gave out free candy to children, had won people's trust in this way. On this terrible night, there was also the presence of another victim, a boy named Elmer Wayne Henley, who was one of Quarles' criminal accomplices. Although this teenager had already been involved in multiple criminal activities with Quarles, this time he felt sympathy and pity for one of the victims, and as a result, he was also tied up. However, through a series of pleas and promises, Henley was untied, but on the condition that he had to participate in the torture and murder of the victims. As the killing was about to begin, at this decisive moment, a surge of defiance rose from deep within Henley's heart. He couldn't bear to watch more innocent teenagers get hurt, so he seized Quarles' pistol and fired several shots at the devil without hesitation. On December 24, 1939, Quarles was born into an ordinary family from Fort Wayne, Indiana. His home was filled with frequent arguments because his father and mother had completely different ideas about raising children. The father was very strict with the kids, while the mother obviously favored and protected them. It's easy to imagine that growing up in such a family, the children would feel confused and contradictory. So, Quarles' mother decided to divorce. She wanted to get the children away from this environment, so she sold the house and moved to Memphis, Tennessee with young Quarles and his brother living in a trailer. Perhaps Quarles' mother still believed in that man, and she didn't want the two children to lack fatherly love. Not long after the divorce, she remarried Quarles' father and moved together to Pasadena, a suburb of Houston, Texas. However, this marriage didn't last long either. A few years later, the couple divorced again, and the mother still obtained custody of the two sons. Despite this, the two boys still maintained regular contact with their father. The discord between their parents led to Quarles being introverted and serious from a young age, rarely interacting with other children. But he had a tender heart and was extremely sensitive to any form of criticism or rejection. This is also the reason why some unhappy families choose not to separate, because children really need a childhood filled with parental love. In 1953, after Quarles' parents divorced for the second time, his mother married a traveling clock salesman, and then the family moved to the small town of Victoria, Texas. His half-sister was also born. Here, Quarles' mother and his stepfather started a small family candy company, which was initially operated out of the garage. Quarles went to school while participating in the company's daily operations. He and his brother were in charge of operating the candy-making machines and packaging the products. Their stepfather was responsible for sales, often going to Houston to sell most of the products. From 1954 to 1958, Quarles attended Victoria High School. At school, he was regarded as a well-behaved student with satisfactory grades. Although he was still a bit introverted, according to his classmates' memories, he occasionally went on dates with girls. In the summer of 1958, Quarles graduated from high school. Shortly after, he and his family moved to the northern suburbs of Houston because it was closer to the main market for their candy business. They also opened a store called Pecan Prince at their new home, a name derived from the brand of their family products. In 1960, Quarles moved to Yoder, Indiana, to live with his grandmother. There, he established a close relationship with a local girl, but for some unknown reason, he turned down her marriage proposal. After living in Indiana for nearly 2 years, in 1962, he returned to Houston to continue helping with the family's candy business. In 1963, Quarles' mother divorced his stepfather, and then they set up a new candy company named Quarles Candy Company. Quarles was appointed vice president of the new family business, while his brother was appointed secretary and treasurer. That same year, a teenage male employee complained to Quarles' mother, alleging that Quarles had made sexual advances towards him. To prevent the spread of gossip, she fired the teenage. On August 10, 1964, Quarles was drafted into the U.S. Army. He was assigned to Fort Polk, Louisiana, for basic training, and then sent to Fort Benning, Georgia, for radio repairman training. Eventually, he was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. According to official military records, Quarles' service in the Army was unblemished. However, he did not enjoy military service and applied for early discharge, citing the need for his family business. The Army approved his request, and after serving for 10 months, he was discharged on June 11th, 1965. Because the Coral Candy Company, created by his mother, and Pecan Prince, his former stepfather's business, had been in constant competition, Coral immediately threw himself into the candy business upon his return, facing the growing public demand for his family's products. In fact, it was during his military service that Coral first realized he was homosexual, and he also experienced his first homosexual encounter there. After returning to Houston, Coral's behavior changed subtly. He often spent time with teenage boys. That same year, Coral Candy Company moved across the street from Helms Elementary School. Coral became known for giving out free candy to local children, especially teenage boys, a practice that earned him the nicknames the Candyman and the Pied Piper. He also installed a pool table behind the candy factory, where employees and local young people would gather. It was noted that he frequently flirted with several teenage male employees there. In 1967, Coral met 12-year-old David Owen Brooks, a 6th grade student and one of the many children he gave candy to for free. Brooks often interacted with Coral and the various teenage boys who gathered behind the candy factory, and he regularly went on trips to the beaches of South Texas with different young people. Later, Brooks said that he was drawn to Coral because he was the first adult male who didn't mock his appearance, and Coral would give him money whenever he needed cash. Brooks also had a very poor family environment, with his parents frequently arguing. Coincidentally, during this period, Coral treated him like the father he had imagined, and as a result, Brooks developed unusual feelings for Coral. Starting in 1969, the two gradually developed a sexual relationship. In 1968, after the failure of Coral's mother's third marriage, she and his half-sister closed down Coral Candy Company and moved together to Colorado. Although his mother often talked to Coral on the phone, the two never met again. At this time, Coral, having received training as a radio repairman in the Army, found a job as an electrician in Houston. On September 25, 1970, an 18-year-old college freshman named Jeffrey Connon disappeared while hitchhiking with another University of Texas student to his parents' home in Houston. 3 years later, on August 10, 1973, his naked body was found under a boulder in Mustang Island Beach. According to the medical examiner's speculation, Connon died of human strangulation and asphyxiation caused by a rag gag in his mouth. At the scene of the burial, Connon's hands and feet were tightly bound with nylon rope. Shortly after Connon's disappearance on December 13th, Brooks lured two 14-year-old boys, James Glass and Danny Yates, away from a religious gathering in Houston Heights to Coral's apartment in Yorktown. The two young men were tied to Coral's torture board, and Coral intended to sexually assault them. Initially, Brooks discovered and stopped him, then Coral promised to give Brooks a car in exchange for his silence. Brooks agreed, and the two young men were subsequently sexually assaulted, strangled, and buried in a boat shed rented by Coral on November 17th. Brooks received a green Chevrolet Corvette, and then Coral threatened Brooks, saying that since he had killed the two young men, Brooks had become his accomplice in murder, and if anyone told the police, he would also be arrested. However, Coral then made another offer to Brooks, saying he would pay him some money, but the condition was that Brooks had to continuously lure other boys to his apartment. On January 30th, 1971, Brooks and Coral encountered two young boys, Donald and Jerry Waldrop. Initially, they were driven by their father to a friend's house to plan the formation of a bowling league. After finding out their friend was not home, they began walking back. However, the story ended with the two young men being lured into Coral's van and taken to the apartment he was renting, where they were raped and strangled. Between March and May of the same year, Coral kidnapped and murdered 3 victims living in Houston Heights, burying their remains behind the boat shed. Brooks was involved in each kidnapping. One of the victims was 15-year-old Randall Harvey, last seen by his family on the afternoon of March 9th as he rode his bicycle to Oak Forest, where he worked part-time as a gas station attendant. Harvey was taken to Coral's apartment and shot in the head, killing him. The other 2 victims, 13-year-old David Hilligius and 16-year-old Gregory Malley Winkle, were kidnapped and killed together on the afternoon of May 29th. After learning of their sons' disappearances, Winkle's mother and David's parents frantically searched for the boys, even printing reward posters offering money to anyone who provided information on the boys' whereabouts. One of Coral's criminal accomplices, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, initially volunteered to distribute these posters, trying to reassure the distraught parents that the boys' disappearance might have another explanation rather than them truly being missing. On August 17th, Coral and Brooks met Brooks' 17-year-old acquaintance Reuben Watson Haney while returning home from a movie theater in Houston. Brooks persuaded Haney to attend a housewarming party at Coral's new residence on San Felipe Street, which he had moved to the previous month. Haney agreed, was taken to Coral's home, strangled, and buried in the boat shed. In September, Coral moved to an apartment on Columbia Street. Brooks later stated that at this address, he had assisted Coral in kidnapping and murdering 2 unidentified young men. In the winter of 1971, Brooks met Henley and introduced him to Coral. Henley was originally lured to Coral's residence as an intended victim. However, Coral apparently thought the young man would make a good accomplice, so he also made Henley the same offer he had made to Brooks, $200 for any boy he could lure to his apartment, while telling Henley that he worked for a white slavery gang. Henley later said that for the first few months he ignored this tempting offer but still maintained an acquaintance with Coral, gradually beginning to see him as a brotherly figure because he admired Coral's work ethic and considered him a man worth confiding in. In early 1972, due to Henley and his family's poor financial situation, Henley accepted Coral's offer. His first participation in a kidnapping occurred in late February or early March, when he met a boy on the street, promising to take him to smoke marijuana and luring him to Coral's house. At this point, he had no idea that the boy would be sold to a slave gang, but in reality, the unidentified boy became Coral's prey. On March 24th, Henley, along with Brooks and Coral, encountered his 18-year-old acquaintance, Frank Aguirre. He called Aguirre over to Coral's van, inviting the young man to drink beer and smoke marijuana with the 3 of them at Coral's apartment. Aguirre agreed, and they smoked marijuana together. However, suddenly, he noticed a pair of handcuffs left on the table by Coral and felt something was wrong. Aguirre wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Coral pushed him onto the table and cuffed his hands behind his back. At this point, Henley realized that Coral's intention was definitely not to sell Aguirre to a slave gang. But when he heard Coral admit to having raped, tortured, and killed the previous victims he had assisted in kidnapping, he understood that he had already stepped into an abyss from which there was no turning back. On April 20th, Henley assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping another young man, 17-year-old Mark Scott, who was one of Coral's intended victims because he had deceived Coral in a previous deal. They forcibly grabbed Scott, who was very tenacious. Even after being abused for several hours, the young man still tried to stab Coral with a knife. But eventually, when he saw Henley pointing a gun at him, Scott realized he could no longer resist. He gave up struggling and resigned himself to his fate. Initially, Henley did participate in the murders as an uninformed party. But as multiple murders occurred, his psychology became twisted. He gradually became curious about how much patience humans could have, so he was by no means a victim who was always forced to participate in the murders. Before June 26th, Henley also assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping and murdering 2 young men named Billy Balch and Johnny Dellum. According to Brooks' testimony, both young men were tied to Coral's bed. After being tortured and sexually assaulted, Balch was strangled to death by Henley, while Dellum was shot to death by him with a pistol. During Coral's residence on Schuler Street, he, along with Brooks and Henley, lured a 19-year-old young man named William Lettinger to their residence. The young man was initially tied to hooks on the wall and then to a plywood board, where he suffered torture and abuse at the hands of Coral. Brooks later claimed that after he persuaded Coral to release Lettinger, the next time he entered the house, Henley knocked him unconscious. Coral then tied Brooks to the bed and repeatedly assaulted the young man before finally releasing him. In the summer of 1972, Coral killed 2 victims. The first victim was 17-year-old Stephen Sickman, who was last seen leaving a party in Heights shortly before midnight on July 19th. The young man was brutally beaten in the chest with a blunt object, then strangled and buried in the boat shed. Around August 21st, 19-year-old Roy Button was kidnapped on his way to work as an assistant at a shoe store in Houston. His mouth was taped shut, and he was shot twice in the head before being buried in the boat shed. It wasn't until 2011 that they were identified as Coral's victims. On October 3rd, Brooks and Henley encountered 2 young men, Wally J. Simonet and Richard Hembree, who were walking home. They were lured into Brooks' car and taken to Coral's apartment. That night, Simonet secretly called his mother's house and shouted the word "Mom" into the receiver before the call was disconnected. The next morning, Henley accidentally shot Hembree in the mouth, with the bullet exiting through his neck. A few hours later, both young men were strangled and subsequently buried in a mass grave. Sometime in November, 18-year-old Willard Branch disappeared while hitchhiking from Mount Pleasant to Houston, and his body was buried in the boat shed. On November 11th, 19-year-old Richard Kepner disappeared on his way to a phone booth. He was strangled and buried on High Island Beach. Between March and November 1972, at least 10 teenagers aged between 13 and 19 were murdered, with 5 buried on Mustang Island Beach and 5 in the boat shed. On January 20th, 1973, Coro moved to Wirt Road in the Spring Branch area of Houston. Within 2 weeks of moving into this address, he killed 17-year-old Joseph Lyles. On March 1st, Coro moved out of this apartment and briefly stayed in an apartment on South Post Oak Road before moving to the address 2020 Lamar Drive, which his father had vacated in Pasadena. Between February 1st and June 4th, Coro had no known victims killed. Records show that he suffered from hydrocele in early 1973, which may have been the reason for his inactivity during this period. Additionally, around the time of Lyle's murder, Henley went to Florida with his uncle, a long-distance truck driver, and moved to Mount Pleasant, apparently to distance himself from Coro. Perhaps at this point, he had already begun to have thoughts of rebellion, but after so many murders, he could no longer return to normal life in society. Starting in June, Coro's killing frequency increased sharply. Henley and Brooks later testified that the brutality of the murders he committed while living on Lamar Drive had increased. Henley later compared Coro's escalation to being like bloodthirsty, and added that he and Brooks would instinctively know when Coro announced he needed a new boy, because Coro would become restless, smoke, and make fidgeting movements. On June 4th, Coro and Henley kidnapped 15-year-old William Ray Lawrence. The teenager was last seen by his father on the street. After 3 days of abuse and torture, Lawrence was strangled and then buried in Lake Sam, Rayburn. 2 weeks later, 20-year-old Raymond Stanley Blackburn was kidnapped, strangled, and buried in the same place. On July 6th, Henley started school, where he met 15-year-old Homer Louis Garcia. The next day, Garcia called his mother, saying he was going to spend the night with a friend. Instead, he was shot and bled to death in Coro's bathtub and was buried in Lake Sam, Rayburn. 5 days later, 17-year-old John Sellers from Orange County was tied up, shot, and buried on High Island Beach. In July 1973, Brooks married his pregnant fiancée, and Henley temporarily became Coro's only accomplice. Between July 19th and 25th, he assisted in the kidnapping and murder of 3 young men. Henley claimed that these were the only 3 kidnappings that occurred after he became Coro's accomplice in which Brooks did not participate. On August 3rd, Coro killed his last victim, 13-year-old James Stanton Dramala from South Houston. The boy was kidnapped while riding his bicycle. In Coro's home, he was tied to a torture board, raped, tortured, and strangled with a rope, and then buried in the boat shed. Brooks later described Dramala as a blonde, blue-eyed little boy, and he even bought him a pizza. On the evening of August 7th, the whole story came to an end. Henley invited 20-year-old Timothy Cordell Kelly to a party hosted by Coro. Since Kelly also knew Coro, he accepted the invitation. Brooks was not present at the time. After the party started, Coro did not make a move but drank and smoked marijuana with the 2 of them. Then Henley and Kelly left, promising to return soon. They drove back to Henley's home together. After getting out of the car, Henley heard a commotion coming from the home of his 15-year-old friend Rhonda Louise Williams, so he walked towards her house. Williams was bandaging her sprained ankle at the time, and she was being beaten by her drunk father. Then Henley invited Williams to rest at Coro's home. Around 3 a.m. on August 8th, the 3 young people returned to the apartment, but Coro was very angry because he did not allow girls in his apartment at all. Coro told Henley in private that he had ruined everything, and Henley explained that Williams had argued with her father that night and did not want to go home. Then Coro became a bit silent. He offered beer and marijuana to the 3 of them, but he did not touch it himself. About 2 hours later, the 3 young people passed out. When Henley woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground with his wrists cuffed, his mouth taped shut, and his ankles tied together. The other 2 young people were in the same condition, and Kelly's clothes had been stripped off. Then Coro noticed Henley was awake, so he removed the tape from Henley's mouth. Henley protested in vain, accusing Coro of his actions, but Coro was unmoved. He once again expressed his anger at Henley for bringing the girl back and said he planned to kill all 3 of them after assaulting and torturing Kelly. Coro said, "Man, you brought this girl here," and then shouted, "I'm going to kill all of you, but first I'm going to have some fun." Next, Coro dragged Henley to the kitchen, pressed a pistol against Henley's abdomen, and threatened to shoot him. Henley tried to calm Coro down, promising that if Coro released him, he would participate in the torture and murder of Williams and Kelly. After about 30 minutes, Coro agreed. He untied Henley's restraints and then took Williams and Kelly to his bedroom, tying them to both sides of the torture board. Then Coral handed Henley a hunting knife and ordered him to cut off Williams's clothes, saying that while he would rape and kill Kelly, Henley also had to do the same to Williams. So Henley began to cut off Williams's clothes, and Coral took off his clothes and started to torture Kelly. At this point, both victims had woken up. Kelly began to twist and shout, and Williams raised her head and asked, "Is this real?" Henley replied, "Yes." Williams continued to ask, "What are you going to do?" Then Henley asked Coral if he could take Williams to another room. At this point, he already had the idea of releasing his friend, but Coral ignored him. So he grabbed Coral's pistol and said, "Dean, you've gone far enough. I can't go on anymore. I can't let you kill all my friends." Coral approached Henley and said, "Kill me, you won't do it." But facing the threatening approach, Henley chose to shoot, hitting Coral in the forehead. However, the bullet did not fully penetrate his skull, so Coral continued to charge at Henley. Henley fired 2 more shots, hitting Coral in the left shoulder. Feeling the pain, Coral turned and ran out, hitting the corridor wall. Henley then fired 3 more shots at Coral's waist and shoulder, and he slowly fell to the floor, dead on the spot. At 8:24 a.m. on August 8th, Henley called the Pasadena Police Department. He told the operator on the phone, "You'd better come over now. I just killed a man. The address is 2020 Lamar Drive." A few minutes later, a patrol car arrived. Williams and Kelly were sitting by the roadside crying, while Henley was staring blankly across the street. After seeing the police, he told the officer that he was the one who made the call and indicated that the body was inside the house. The officer then confiscated the pistol, put the 3 young men into the patrol car, and went into the house. After finding Coral's body in the hallway, he returned to the car and took the 3 to the police station. Kelly later told the detective that before the police arrived, Henley had said to him, "If you guys weren't my friends, I could have gotten $200. During his detention, when initially questioned about Coral's killing, Henley recounted the events of the previous night and that morning, explaining that he had fired the shots in self-defense. The statements of Kelly and Williams corroborated his account, and the detective questioning Henley also believed that he had acted in self-defense. Henley went on to say that for nearly 3 years, he and Brooks had been helping Coral kidnap teenage boys for him to rape and murder, some of whom were their own friends. He said that initially, he thought the boys he kidnapped would be sold to an organization in Dallas for homosexual acts, sodomy, and perhaps later murder, but he soon realized that Coral was killing the kidnapped victims. The police were initially skeptical of Henley's claims, considering the only victim in the case to be Coral, attributing it to drug-induced violent behavior. However, Henley was very insistent. When he recalled the names of 3 boys, Coble, Hilligiest, and Jones, and said that he and Brooks had kidnapped them for Coral, the police found his story plausible, as these 3 teenagers were all listed as missing. In addition, the floor of Coral's room was covered with thick plastic sheeting. The police also found a torture board with handcuffs tied to 2 corners and nylon rope tied to the other 2 corners, as well as a large hunting knife. There was a roll of the same type of transparent plastic on the floor, a portable radio mounted on a pair of dry batteries with the volume turned up, an electric motor connected to loose wires, 8 pairs of handcuffs, thin glass tubes, and long ropes. Coral's van also gave a similar impression. The rear windows of the van were sealed with blue curtains. In the back of the vehicle, the police found a coil of rope, a beige carpet stained with dirt, and a wooden box with air holes drilled in the side. The rear of the van had a pegboard wall with several rings and hooks, and a wooden box was also found in the backyard. There were several strands of human hair in this crate. At the request of the police, Henley agreed to accompany them to Coral's boat shed in southwestern Houston, where he claimed several victims' remains could be found. Inside the boat shed, the police discovered a partially stripped stolen Chevrolet Camaro, a child's bicycle, a large iron drum, water containers, 2 bags of lime, 2 shovels, a damaged rake, and a large plastic bag filled with teenagers' clothing. It was here that they found a large number of victims. Accompanied by his father, Brooks went to the Houston Police Department on the evening of August 8th and made a statement denying any knowledge or involvement in the murders. However, he admitted to knowing that Coral had raped and killed 2 teenagers in 1970, and he mentioned the names of 2 young men, Reuben Haney and Mark Scott, who had been seen with Coral before their disappearance. On the morning of August 9th, Henley provided a full written statement detailing the process of him and Brooks' involvement with Coral in the kidnapping and murder of many young men. In this confession, Henley admitted to personally killing about 9 young men and assisting Coral in strangling the others. He said that there were only 3 murder cases in which Brooks did not assist them. That afternoon, Henley accompanied the police to Sam Rayburn Lake, where he, Brooks, and Coral had buried 4 victims killed that year. 2 more remains were found in shallow, lime-soaked graves near a dirt road. Inside a lakeside cabin, the police discovered a second plywood torture board, rolls of plastic sheeting, shovels, and a bag of lime. On the evening of August 9th, Brooks confessed to the full extent of his crimes, admitting to participating in several murders and assisting in several burials, although he continued to deny direct involvement in the killings. When talking about the torture board used by Earle to restrain and torture the victims, Brooks said, "Once they were on the board, they were as good as dead. It was all over. All that was left was screaming and crying." Speaking of the actual murders, he stated that witnessing the victims' deaths did not bother him, adding, "I've seen it so many times." And then he agreed to accompany the police to locate the victims' remains. At that time, in terms of the number of victims, this killing spree was the worst serial murder case in the United States, although this record was broken a few years later. The victims' families first levied severe criticism at the police department because after the boys went missing, the police only listed them as runaways, not missing persons. They believed that the boys were not considered worth any significant investigation. If the police had launched an investigation early on and established a special task force, there would not have been so many victims. On August 13th, a grand jury in Harris County convened and heard testimonies from Williams and Kelly, as well as from a victim released by Brooks, Ridinger. They recounted their experiences, and investigators also testified at the hearing, detailing the various statements and confessions provided by Henley and Brooks in the days following Earle's death, as well as the assistance in overseeing the excavation of the victims' remains. After listening to more than 6 hours of testimony, the grand jury indicted Henley on 3 counts of murder and Brooks on 1 count of murder on August 14th. The bail for each defendant was set at $100,000. Henley was not charged in connection with Earle's death, and the prosecutor ruled that Earle's death was in self-defense. On July 1st, 1974, Henley went on trial in San Antonio, charged with 6 counts of murder committed between March 1972 and July 1973. Following the advice of his defense attorney, Henley did not testify in court. His lawyer cross-examined several witnesses but did not call any witnesses or experts to testify in his defense, as it was deemed unhelpful. The prosecution called 24 witnesses, including Kelly and Ridinger, and presented 82 pieces of evidence, including Earle's torture board and one of the boxes used to transport the victims. Other incriminating testimonies came from officers who read Henley's written statements. On July 15, 1974, both attorneys presented their closing arguments to the jury. The prosecution sought a life sentence, while the defense argued for an acquittal. In the closing arguments submitted to the jury, the district attorney apologized for not being able to sentence the perpetrators to death and added that this case was the most extreme example of inhumanity he had ever seen. The jury deliberated for 92 minutes before finding Henley guilty of all 6 murder charges. On August 8th, the judge sentenced Henley to a total of 594 years in prison to be served consecutively. He was transferred to Huntsville Prison to begin his sentence formally. On February 27, 1975, Brooks went on trial, charged with 4 counts of murder committed between December 1970 and June 1973, but ultimately only charged with the murder of 15-year-old Lawrence in June 1973. His defense attorney argued that his client had not committed any murders and attempted to portray Earle and Henley as the active participants in the actual killings. The assistant district attorney flatly rejected the defense's arguments, telling the jury, "This defendant was involved in this killing from the very beginning, this killing spree. He tells you that if it weren't for an accident, he was a cheerleader. That's what he tells you about his role. You know he was involved." Brooks' trial lasted less than a week, and the jury reached a verdict in just 90 minutes. On March 4, 1975, he was found guilty of murdering Lawrence and sentenced to life in prison. At the sentencing, Brooks showed no emotion, although his wife burst into tears. Henley is serving a life sentence at the Mark Stiles Unit in Jefferson County, Texas. Since July 1980, his consecutive parole applications have been denied, and he will next be eligible for parole in October of this year. Brooks was serving a life sentence at the Terrell Unit near Rochard, Texas. On May 28, 2020, he died of complications related to COVID-19 at a Galveston hospital at the age of 65. In the mid-1960s, a horrifying serial killer case hit the UK. It cast a shadow of darkness and fear over a quiet countryside. In less than 3 years, several innocent little girls went missing and were brutally murdered. The case was really complicated, and police poured in a lot of resources and manpower to investigate these shocking crimes. On December 2nd, 1964, at 9 p.m., 9-year-old Julia Taylor met a strange man who called himself Uncle Len, claiming to be a friend of Julia's mother and offering to take her to her aunt's house to collect a Christmas present. The little girl got into the car without any guard. She was excitedly thinking about what Christmas presents her family would get her and talked about this topic with Uncle Len. But finally, this so-called uncle took Julia to a pile of mine waste. He strangled her, took off her clothes, beat her continuously, and then sexually assaulted the crying little girl. It was pouring with rain and the night was very dark. After about 50 minutes, a cyclist who loved night riding passed by. He faintly heard the crying of a little girl nearby. He stopped to check if it was just his imagination. As the crying grew louder, he found badly hurt, naked Julia in a ditch near the mine waste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly took Julia to the road, flagged down a passing van, and asked the driver to take the bleeding, crying girl to the hospital. News of this shocking and angering incident spread quickly across the region. When the psychiatrist questioned Julia, she said that she remembered noticing the murderer's car pass her aunt's house. She sobbed and begged the murderer to take her home, and his voice then turned terrifying, as if he wanted to kill her. But Julia had forgotten what the murderer in his car looked like. The investigation wasn't going well until a witness came forward and said that the murderer's car was a big one with two-tone paint and a light near the end of the windshield. Still, despite great efforts to search, nothing turned up. On Wednesday, September 8th, 1965, 6-year-old Margaret Reynolds, a cute little girl, had lunch with her sister and they set off for school. They parted at a crossroads as they went to different schools. When school was out, Margaret didn't return home. Her worried parents went to the school, only to find out she hadn't arrived that afternoon. They promptly reported her missing to the police. In the following weeks, the police questioned over 20,000 people in the surrounding area and searched all houses within 8 miles of where Margaret disappeared. The newspaper printed 200 posters with Margaret's photo, urging witnesses to contact the police. Over the next few months, the police got many reports. Some people said they had seen a white man in a car trying to lure little girls in the community. However, a new missing case drew everyone's attention. 3 months after Margaret vanished, on December 30th, 5-year-old Diana Joy Tift disappeared from a street near her home. She was last seen at 2 p.m. returning from her grandmother's house, carrying a pink plastic handbag, her Christmas gift. The police and local people formed a search team of about 2,000 people. By January 5th, they had searched over 6,000 houses, gardens, abandoned factories, warehouses, ponds, and reservoirs in the area, but found nothing. On January 12th, a poacher walked along a seldom-used farm track between 2 villages to hunt rabbits. When he reached a waterlogged ditch, he found the remains of Diana and Margaret that people had been searching for. After being sent to the forensic office, the autopsy showed Diana was sexually assaulted and then smothered to death with her hat by the murderer. Margaret's body was badly decomposed. Except for a shoe, her clothes were missing, and the cause of her death couldn't be confirmed. In fact, before finding the 2 children, the police had concluded that the kidnappings of the 2 girls were linked and also connected to Julia's abduction and attempted murder. So, at a press conference, they told the media, "We're hunting a dangerous child killer who might strike again. Please keep your children safe." Then, the investigators contacted police headquarters and got help from 2 experienced ones. They formed a task force to arrest the suspect, working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. First, they focused on finding the murderer's vehicle, but after questioning thousands of cars in the area, no clues emerged. Also, the poacher who found the remains was ruled out as a suspect. Next, the investigators had to visit houses door to door to gather leads. Months passed. Though they didn't catch the murderer, they solved some cases involving the abduction, attempted abduction, and sexual assault of girls. In August 1966, 10-year-old Jane Taylor vanished while cycling. Investigators thought this case might also be linked to the Cannock Chase murders. Though the martyr's identity remained unknown, investigators were sure he would strike again. So, a chief superintendent made a plan demanding that on getting any child abduction report, officers should seal off roads in the area and nearby regions and set up roadblocks further away. At 2:30 p.m. on August 19, 1967, 7-year-old Christine Darby was abducted. She and her friends were playing near their homes when a man in a gray car pulled up and said he was lost. Even though the children gave him directions, he pretended not to understand and asked Christine to get in the car to guide him, promising to take her home after he reached his destination. Since Christine's family didn't own a car, she got in excitedly. Her friends watched as the gray car reversed and left in the opposite direction. A neighbor who saw what happened told Christine's mother right away. Realizing how serious the situation was, they ran to a phone booth to call the police. The police quickly launched their child rescue plan and blocked off roads near the area. When questioned by the police, the witness described the murderer as a white man in his 30s with a clean-shaven face, dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, and driving a gray car. He also spoke with a local accent. Knowing this, the police realized they were hunting a local man and focused their search in the area. Over the next few days, the police handed out 24,000 posters with Christine's photo to the public and put them up in places like shops, bus stops, and on telephone poles around the area. Each poster read, "Christine Darby, were you in Cannock Chase last Saturday afternoon? If so, tell the police." Another witness came forward and told the police that shortly after 2:30 p.m. on August 19th, he saw a gray car heading toward Cannock Chase with a little girl in the passenger seat. On the morning of August 20th, police began searching for Christine's body. As the area was covered in forests, mines, and pits, helicopters couldn't be used. Hundreds of police had to search on foot. Hours later, they found a dirty child's short abandoned under a tree. 2 days later in the afternoon, a soldier discovered Christine's body in a plantation, covered by broken branches and ferns. Christine had suffered terribly. She had no clothes below her waist. Her arms were outstretched, her legs were apart, and her knees were raised. Blood stained the grass and pine needles beneath her, indicating she was sexually assaulted there. This spot was just 1 mile away from where Diana and Margaret were found the previous year. On the morning of August 23rd, investigators examined the tire marks at the crime scene. They found the car had come from open wasteland to the plantation. After murdering Christine, the car reversed out of the plantation, leaving marks almost identical to those made on entry. A tire company manager noted the driver was skilled and experienced. 2 local witnesses reported seeing a gray car near where the body was found. The driver was a white man with dark hair. One witness detailed the car as an Austin Cambridge A60. The police then tracked every gray Austin A55 and a 60 in the area nearby. Over months, they checked 23,000 vehicles. As many drivers were ruled out, the search expanded. The investigators had to interview 44,000 owners of these car models. With the help of 2 witnesses, the police created the first colored composite sketch of a suspect in UK criminal history for the manhunt. At the news conference, they said, "We're certain the man in this sketch murdered these children. His face might be familiar to some. Maybe you're his family and know he's guilty but are covering for him. Perhaps you can't believe this seemingly good man is a killer. But remember, if he's not caught, no child will be safe." In January 1968, investigators began door-to-door inquiries again, covering over 54,000 households. Men aged 21 to 50 in each household were asked to fill out a questionnaire stating their whereabouts and providing contacts to verify their alibis on the days of each kidnapping and murder. Some men were even questioned. Only a few had solid alibis. Others simply said their wives could vouch for them. Without evidence, the investigators couldn't force further questioning. On November 4th, 1968, 10-year-old Margaret Alton provided information that led to the arrest of the murderer. She had nearly been kidnapped. A man on a wasteland asked her if she wanted to play with fireworks on his car. When she approached, she noticed newspapers covering the passenger seat, but no fireworks. Hesitant, she was grabbed by the man. Luckily, an 18-year-old girl from across the street drew the man's attention, allowing Alton to break free and run away. This girl witnessed the event, noted down the car's details, a green Ford Galaxy with a cream-colored roof, and the license plate number, which she reported to the police. With this information, investigators contacted local vehicle registration officials and found the car was registered to 39-year-old Raymond Leslie Morris, who lived in a high-rise apartment building. The next day, Morris was arrested by the police. He denied any connection to the case but admitted to previously owning a gray Austin A55. However, since the female eyewitness did not identify Morris, he was released. Yet, 2 investigators remained suspicious of Morris as he closely resembled the published color composite sketch and had owned an Austin A55. Upon reviewing records, they discovered that Morris had been questioned 4 times between 1964 and 1968 in connection with the murders, and had initially been considered a strong suspect. Each time, his wife provided him with an alibi, leading the investigators to note in their files that Morris strongly resembled the sketch and that he only had his wife's testimony as an alibi. On November 12th, investigators examined Morris's insurance records and found that he had owned a car of the same model as the murderers during the kidnappings of Julia and Margaret. Additionally, from Morris's employer, they obtained a gasoline receipt showing that on the day of Margaret's murder, Morris did not have an alibi. On November 15th, the police rearrested Morris for the murder of Christine. In response, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it my wife?" His wife was also detained for questioning. Initially, she insisted that her alibi for her husband was true, claiming he had returned home at around 2 p.m. on the day Christine was murdered. However, hours later, she admitted to giving her husband a false alibi and stated that on the day of Christine's murder, Morris did not return home until 5 p.m. He explained to her that he and his manager had worked late. Then he drove the manager home and bought some cakes for her parents. Faced with this information, Morris became flustered, repeatedly refused to answer questions, and also refused to participate in further lineups. In response, the police brought the witness to the station the next day, and he positively identified Morris as the murderer he had seen that day. The investigators then searched Morris's apartment and found a collection of homemade child pornography, many of which depicted the same 5-year-old girl who was identified as the niece of Morris's wife. On November 17th, Morris was formally charged with Christine's murder, along with 2 counts of indecent assault on his niece and 1 count related to the attempted kidnapping of Alton. On February 10, 1969, Morris went to trial. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping and murder charges but admitted to sexually assaulting his niece. The next day, 2 key prosecution witnesses testified, confirming that the man they saw on August 19, 1967, was defendant Morris. Despite efforts by Morris's lawyers to discredit them using composite images, they stood firm in their identification. On February 14th, a police officer testified that Morris had been hostile during a door-to-door inquiry shortly after Christine's murder and had shown indifference to the victim's mother's grief. Morris's wife testified for the prosecution, contradicting his alibi. She admitted to giving Morris a false alibi out of belief in his innocence. His mother-in-law and employer also testified, further undermining his alibi. Evidence showed Morris had enough time to commit the crime on the day Christine was murdered. In his defense, Morris denied knowing Christine and questioned his wife's testimony. He claimed police brutality after his arrest and that he wasn't allowed a lineup. Regarding the explicit photos of his niece, he said they were accidental and that he was disgusted by them. On February 18th, both sides presented closing arguments. The judge instructed the jury to evaluate each charge separately and avoid letting anger over the pornography influence their verdict. After less than 2 hours of deliberation, Morris was found guilty of attempting to kidnap Alton and the sexual assault and murder of Christine. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge said, "I do not intend to keep you here any longer, nor do I intend to make any comment on this dreadful murder. As you know, there is only one sentence: life imprisonment." Morris was not charged with the murders of Margaret, Diana, or the attempted murder of Julia, but investigators and the public believed he was responsible. There just wasn't enough evidence to prove it in court. Morris was born on August 13, 1929. His childhood is unknown. In 1951, he married his first wife, and they had 2 children, but the marriage ended due to his violence and controlling behavior. At 35, he married his second wife, who always provided him with an alibi. In 1966, he was arrested for taking indecent photos of 2 female students but wasn't convicted, which might explain why he didn't commit any murders that year. Morris died naturally on March 11, 2014, after spending 45 years in prison. He never admitted to his crimes or showed any remorse. A retired policewoman said, "I'm sure the families of his victims would be disgusted. Cannock Chase will never forget what he did." On March 22, 1997, around 1:45 a.m., on Dominic Street in Port Quitland, there was a girl who appeared to be drunk. She was holding her abdomen with her right hand, holding something in her left hand, and her body was shaking. Due to it was late night, traffic on the street was light, no one noticed the girl. Until a couple drove onto the dimly lit street. The girl ran into the road, stopping the couple's car. When the car lights shone on the girl, they saw this girl. Her chest and abdomen were covered in blood. She was holding a blood-stained knife and had a handcuffed wrist, so they called emergency services. An ambulance soon arrived and took the girl to a nearby hospital. Minutes later, a man rushed into the same hospital by car. He told the medical staff anxiously he had been slashed in the chest and neck with a knife. When asked who was the attacker, he said he had picked up some hitchhikers on the street. They attacked him after getting in the car. After the man was sent to the operating room, a nurse found a handcuff key in his belongings. It turned out an injured girl in the hospital had a handcuff on her left hand. So the nurse tried to see if the key could unlock the handcuff on the girl. However, it worked. Upon waking, the girl was questioned by the police about her situation and her relationship with the man who had the handcuff key. The girl's name was Wendy. She was a sex worker and a drug user. The man was her client and her attacker. His name was Robert. Before the case, Wendy was soliciting on the corner of Cordova Street and Princess Avenue in East Vancouver. Robert, who chose her as a client, took her to his trailer in a pig farm on Dominic Street. After they had sex, when Wendy was looking through a phone book to arrange a ride, Robert approached her from behind and handcuffed her left hand. Then a violent fight ensued. Wendy was stabbed 4 times but managed to grab Robert's knife and slash his chest and neck. Learning of the development, police arrested Robert and charged him with attempted murder, assault with weapon, and forcible confinement. However, the charges were set aside in 1998 because Wendy was heavily medicated with psychotropic drugs during trial preparation. She was considered an extremely unreliable witness. In 1999, 2 murder-related leads emerged concerning Robert's pig farm. One came from an informant. He told the police that a single mother had witnessed a woman's remains hanging from a hook at the pig farm. Then, police investigated by questioning the mother, but she denied the claim. Another lead came from Bill. He was Robert's employee. Bill said Robert's friend claimed to have seen women's clothes, wallets, and ID cards at the pig farm. He thinks these items belonged to local missing women. But since Bill wasn't a direct witness, the police couldn't get a search warrant based solely on his suspicion. They needed concrete evidence of criminal activity or physical proof to take action against Robert. In 2001, the Vancouver Police Department and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police formed a joint task force to investigate crime in Vancouver. A year later, a truck driver who had worked for Robert contacted the task force, claiming he had seen illegal firearms in Robert's trailer. This tip met the requirements for a search warrant. On February 5th of the year, the task force raided Robert's pig farm. They found several illegal and unregistered firearms, as well as items belonging to several missing women. Initially, Robert was arrested for illegal weapon possession as the search warrant focused on firearms. Though he bailed out, the police kept surveillance on him, preventing his return to the pig farm. Days later, the police obtained a second search warrant and conducted a thorough search. During the first search, they found handcuffs, women's clothes, shoes, jewelry, an asthma inhaler linked to a missing woman. His trailer also had bloodstains from another missing woman. On February 22, 2002, Robert was arrested again and charged with 2 counts of murder. By the 3rd year of the search, he was charged with 26 counts of murder. In reality, the pig farm on Dominic Street in Port Coquitlam was the largest crime scene in Canadian history. During the investigation, the police also uncovered Robert's modus operandi. From his confession, it was concluded that some of the women, who were once listed as missing, were handcuffed and stabbed by Robert. Others were killed by being injected with antifreeze. Robert claimed the best way to cure drug addiction was to inject antifreeze into the body. The even more horrifying is that after the victims died, Robert would take the remains to a meat processing plant and chop them up. Sometimes, his pigs would feast on them. Other times, some customers would buy the processed pork without knowing what they were eating. Maybe they don't want to know either. After Robert was arrested, the single mother finally confessed. She had indeed seen a woman's remains hanging from a hook a few years before. She said she kept it a secret out of fear for her life. But another reason was that she needed to rely on Robert for drugs. To fully understand Robert, one must delve into his early life. Born in 1949 to a family of pig farmers, Robert has 1 brother and 1 sister. Because of living on a pig farm, one must need to put up with disgusting odors. So his sister was sent to live with relatives in downtown Vancouver. However, to their parents, pigs were worth far more than Robert and his brother. So they were ordered by their parents to work on a pig farm from an early age. At first, Robert was so used to living with pigs that it didn't affect him in any way. But by the time he was old enough to go to school, everything had changed. When his mother sent him to school, they were filthy and stank of feces. The children's disgust won't be hidden, and Robert was teased by his classmates for being a smelly pig. As a result, Robert struggled greatly at school, where he would be teased and bullied by his classmates, as well as suffer from people watching silently. At age 12, Robert raised a calf, his best friend besides his mother and brother. His father often abused and insulted him, so Robert had little closeness with him. Later, when Robert came home from school to feed the calf in the barn, he found it had been sent to a slaughterhouse, which deeply hurt him. In his audio diary, he said, "We lived a good life, but it was a hard existence." Unable to bear his school experiences and with poor grades, he dropped out to become a meat cutter, a job he held for 7 years. In 1967, a serious change of heart occurred in the family and revealed some of the family's worst-kept secrets. On October 16th, Robert's younger brother, shortly after getting his driver's license, was driving his father's truck when he hit a boy walking along the road. After the incident, the panicked brother fled the scene, found his mother, told her what had happened. However, when they returned to the scene and found the boy alive, instead of calling the police or an ambulance, they pushed him into a ditch on the side of the road, let him drown. Around 1978, after their parents passed away, Robert and his siblings inherited the pig farm. They sold part of the land due to community redesign, making several $1,000,000 and eliminating financial worries. As Robert's finances improved, he and his brother established the Piggy Palace Good Times Society. Ostensibly, it aimed to organize events for service clubs, sports groups. In reality, it hosted revelries at the pig farm, attracting thousands, mostly passers-by, sex workers, and drug users. Since the 1980s, Vancouver had seen many missing women, mostly sex workers and drug users. These women often had unstable social ties and interacted only with those of similar professions or lifestyles, rarely connecting with mainstream society. So, their disappearances often went unnoticed. The police even set up a special unit to look into unsolved murders and missing persons cases, but it was disbanded due to limited progress and high costs. As disappearances increased, rumors of a serial killer spread. Sex workers and drug users started walking in groups and noting down license plates of cars picking up women, but the disappearances continued. In the 1990s, some families of missing women demanded a full investigation. The police, however, denied the presence of a serial killer and refused to consider that the missing might be dead. They attributed the disappearances to the women either leaving Vancouver or dying from drug overdoses. In reality, many of these women vanished at Robert's pig farm. Robert was charged with 27 murders, including one of an unidentified woman, but the latter was dismissed due to lack of key info. This wasn't close to his actual victim count. In prison, an undercover cop posed as an inmate. Robert told him he had killed 49 people, but he was disappointed because he did not kill 50 people, an even number. On January 30th, 2006, the preliminary hearing began. Robert pleaded not guilty to all charges. The court had to debate admissible evidence and whether there was enough for trial. This lasted months, with the media barred from disclosing any info provided. On January 22nd, 2007, Robert was charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder. December 9th saw the jury acquitting him of first degree, but convicting him of 6 counts of second-degree murder. The difference between the two lies in premeditation and violence level. Robert was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Other charges were stayed as further convictions wouldn't increase his sentence. On May 19th, 2024, Robert was assaulted in prison by Martin, an inmate with a history of attacking others using a broken broomstick. Robert was rushed to hospital, but died on May 31st. The thing is, once you're dead, there's no clearing things up. When you're alive, you still have a chance to prove that you weren't guilty. So I was better off being alive than being dead. 80-year-old William George Aarons uttered these words in an interview. On June 5th, 1945, 43-year-old Josephine Ross was found brutally murdered in her apartment. Her stab wounds were wrapped in tape, and her head was wrapped in a skirt. Her apartment appeared very messy, but nothing was missing. No fingerprints of the killer were found at the scene. The only clue obtained was the few strands of black hair tightly clutched in her hand. Initially, this case did not attract much attention and did not even make it into the newspapers. Due to the lack of clues, the murder case remained unsolved. It was not until 6 months later that the Chicago police realized this case was just the beginning. On December 10th, the body of 32-year-old Frances Brown was found in the bathroom of her apartment with a bread knife sticking out of her neck. However, this time, a creepy message was scribbled on the wall of Brown's living room with lipstick. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." A few days later, local newspapers reported the story of Brown's murder, published photos of the lipstick message, and dubbed the perpetrator the Lipstick Killer. No one wanted a serial killer in their community. In the following weeks, the city was in a state of panic, waiting for the next terrible crime scene to be discovered. People didn't have to wait long. On the morning of January 7th, 1946, at 7:30 a.m., a man named James Degnan discovered that his 6-year-old daughter, Suzanne, was missing from her bedroom. The panicked man called the police. Soon, investigators found a crumpled ransom note outside the little girl's room window. It read, "Prepare $20,000 and wait for my message. For the girl's safety, do not notify the FBI or the police." Around 7 p.m. that night, based on an anonymous tip, the police found Suzanne's head in a sewer in the neighborhood. Soon after, her legs and torso were also discovered in nearby sewers, and her blood was found in the sewer of a basement laundry room in a nearby apartment building. The coroner pointed out that Suzanne's time of death was probably between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. that day. He believed the killer used a very sharp knife to skillfully dismember the body. Therefore, the killer was either someone in a profession that requires anatomical research or someone with an anatomical background. An ordinary doctor could not have such skilled techniques. The handwriting analyst who examined the crumpled ransom note pointed out that its writing style was similar to sheet music, indicating that the killer might have musical skills. There were witnesses who provided clues in all 3 murder cases. One witness claimed to have seen a dark, black-haired, slim man weighing about 190 pounds near Ross's apartment. Another witness claimed to have seen a man aged between 35 and 40, weighing about 140 pounds, leaving Brown's apartment in a panic shortly after he heard a gunshot. The witness in Suzanne's murder case claimed to have seen a man walking towards the apartment building with a shopping bag. He described him as a man aged about 35, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighing 170 pounds. Once again, Chicago was embroiled in a sensational crime. As the public reacted to Suzanne's murder with fear and anger, the pressure on the police increased. They were ordered to catch the killer as soon as possible. However, as the police interrogated hundreds of people and conducted polygraph tests on more than 170 individuals, they repeatedly claimed to have arrested the culprit, only to find after further investigation that they were innocent. One of them was 65-year-old Hector Verberg, who was the janitor of the building where Suzanne lived. Because he frequently visited the scene of Suzanne's death, he was identified as the killer. The police then subjected him to 48 hours of violent interrogation to force him to confess to the murders. They continuously beat him, causing him serious injuries. In addition to Verberg's frequent visits to the crime scene, the ransom note was also a factor used by the police to interrogate him. The police believed that the reason the ransom note was dirty was because it was written by dirty hands. They then forced Verberg's wife to admit that her husband was involved in the murder. However, the police overlooked 2 important points. The coroner confirmed that the killer was almost certainly an experienced doctor or butcher with strong writing skills, but Verberg had no butchering experience, and he couldn't even write English properly. Later, when Verberg talked about his experience of being interrogated by the police, he said, "Oh, they hanged me up. They blindfolded me. I can't put up my arms. They are sore. They had handcuffs on me for hours and hours. They threw me in the cell and blindfolded me. They handcuffed my hands behind my back and pulled me up on bars until my toes touched the floor. I go to the hospital. Oh, I am so sick. Any more and I would have confessed to anything." Sidney Sherman, a former Marine who had just been discharged, was a person of interest in the case. The police found some blonde hair behind Suzanne's apartment building, along with a wire that they suspected might have been used to strangle Suzanne. Nearby, they also found a handkerchief which they believed might have been used to gag Suzanne. The handkerchief had a name on it, S. Sherman. Investigators thought the killer had accidentally left it behind. They searched the records and found that Sidney Sherman lived nearby. They wanted to interrogate him, but they discovered that the man had moved away and even quit his job without collecting his salary. So, the investigators were convinced that this man was the killer. They conducted a nationwide search and found Sherman in Toledo, Ohio. However, during the interrogation, Sherman denied that the handkerchief was his and explained that he had left Chicago because he had eloped with his girlfriend. The polygraph test confirmed that Sherman was telling the truth. The owner of the handkerchief was eventually identified as Seymour Sherman, who was based in New York and had no idea why his handkerchief was in Chicago. When Suzanne went missing, someone kept making phone calls, claiming to demand a ransom. A local boy named Theodore Campbell provided a clue, saying that Vincent Costello had killed Suzanne. Costello lived nearby and had been convicted of armed robbery at the age of 16. Campbell said that Costello had admitted to kidnapping and killing Suzanne and had asked Campbell to make the ransom calls. However, the polygraph test indicated that neither of the two boys knew the details of the murder, and their information was nothing more than hearsay. Another suspect in the public's eye was a man named Richard Russell Thomas. He was a nurse. Although he lived in Phoenix, Arizona, he was in Chicago when Suzanne was murdered. He was later imprisoned in Arizona for molesting his own daughter. Why did people think Thomas was a suspect? Firstly, his medical skills were sufficient for him to skillfully dissect Suzanne. A handwriting expert also pointed out that there were striking similarities between Thomas's handwriting and that on the ransom note. Although Thomas lived on the south side of Chicago, he also frequently visited a parking lot where Suzanne's arm was found. During the interrogation, he frankly admitted to the murder. However, a man who was caught fleeing from a burglary was identified as the culprit, and Thomas was released. In 1940, to escape his parents' arguments, a 12-year-old boy walked out of his home once again. He wandered aimlessly on the streets, thinking about ways to relieve the pressures of his family life. Once, he stood outside an apartment and stole a dollar bill by reaching through the gap of a chain-locked door. After fleeing, the boy's heart was filled with a sense of thrill. Gradually, he began his career in theft. Within a year, his locker was filled with small amounts of cash, expensive clothes, radios, and firearms. However, no one could have anticipated that a few years later, after being interrogated by the police, the boy would become the culprit behind 3 murders. This boy was William. On June 26, 1946, he planned to take his girlfriend on a date. Initially, he intended to cash a $1,000 savings bond at the post office. Because the amount was large, he brought a revolver for protection. However, when he arrived at the post office, it was already closed. So William prepared to steal again. He stopped in front of an apartment building in the affluent neighborhood where Suzanne had once lived. He then reached his hand into an open apartment door. Just as he had the opportunity to steal something, a tenant discovered him and called the police. The police responded quickly. 2 officers chased William. They drew their pistols, warned the young man, and pulled the trigger. William, frightened by the gunshots, knocked down an officer. The 2 men began to fight. In the end, without a doubt, William was arrested. Over the next 6 days, the police subjected him to brutal interrogation, trying to force him to confess to the 3 murders that had troubled them for so long. While William lay on the ground tending to his injuries, they deprived him of food and sleep and isolated him from his parents, preventing him from meeting a lawyer. During the interrogation, a police officer repeatedly punched William's abdomen. The officer kept talking about the details of the murders, hoping to make William admit to the crimes. On another occasion, 2 psychiatrists, without a search warrant and without the consent of William and his parents, administered a psychiatric drug to William and interrogated him for 3 hours. Subsequently, the police claimed that under the influence of the drug, another personality of William emerged, and he said he had committed the 3 murders. Later, the young man claimed that he did not remember most of that interrogation, and the original police transcript also disappeared. A psychiatrist who participated in the interrogation stated in 1952 that William did not say anything related to the murders. On the 5th day of detention, he was forcibly subjected to a lumbar puncture. A nurse poured ether on William's genitals while he was tied to a hospital bed. He was then taken back to the headquarters for a polygraph test, but the police did not announce the results. Meanwhile, the police searched William's room at the university, his parents' home, and the locker he rented at the local train station, all without a search warrant. In the locker, the police found evidence of William's long-term thefts. Apart from that, they did not find anything serious enough to charge him with the murders. Despite the lack of concrete evidence linking him to the murders, such as butchering skills, fingerprints, or handwriting, he was still put on trial. These murder cases also caused a media sensation. He was even publicly declared the culprit before being convicted. A headline read, "The William Story, How He Killed Suzanne Degnan and 2 Women." In fact, one of the few pieces of evidence that could tenuously link William to the 3 murders was the blood-stained fingerprint found on Brown's doorframe. The police compared it with William fingerprints, but it did not match. This is because the FBI standard for a fingerprint match is 12 points of similarity. In addition, when William fingerprints were compared with the 2 fingerprints and a palm print found on the ransom note, only 9 points matched. So the possibility of William being successfully prosecuted for the murder was slim, as the police's evidence was just partial fingerprints on the ransom note. However, the prosecutor in the area put pressure on the young man. He asked William to sign a plea agreement and persuaded him by saying that if he pleaded guilty, he would only be sentenced to life imprisonment once. William, after experiencing the violent interrogation by the police, was too panic-stricken to start drafting a confession. He said, "As it turned out, the Tribune article was very helpful, as it provided me with a lot of details I didn't know. My attorneys rarely changed anything outright, but I could tell by their faces if I had made a mistake. Or they would say, 'Now, Bill, is that really the way it happened?' Then I would change my story because, obviously, it went against what was known in the Tribune." On July 12, 1946, 17 days after his arrest, William was charged with attempted murder, robbery, 23 counts of burglary, and 3 counts of murder. Despite his insistence on his innocence, on August 7th, he accepted the plea agreement offered by the prosecutor to avoid the electric chair. In the end, he was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. That night, he attempted to hang himself in his cell. Although he was saved, he said, "Desperation drove me to attempt suicide. Everyone believed I was guilty. If I weren't alive, I felt I could avoid being adjudged guilty by the law and thereby gain some victory. But I wasn't successful even at that. Before I walked into the courtroom, my counsel told me to just enter a plea of guilty and keep my mouth shut afterward. I didn't even have a trial." Later, Josephine Ross's daughter, a victim of the murder, said, "I cannot believe that young William murdered my mother. He just does not fit into the picture of my mother's death. I have looked at all the things William stole, and there was nothing of my mother's among them." In prison, William was a model inmate. In 1972, William became the first prisoner in Illinois history to earn a bachelor's degree. He also engaged in several transactions and helped several inmates obtain their GEDs. In the last years of his life, he was confined to the hospital ward of the minimum security prison at Dixon Correctional Center, suffering from diabetes and confined to a wheelchair. On March 5, 2012, he died in his cell. Because of this case, William's parents divorced and changed their surname, completely severing ties with William. He had been a lonely child since he was young. His father was a day laborer who often spent his meager income socializing with friends, while his mother worked in a bakery. William had to be alone, and then, on the verge of adulthood, he became the culprit of 3 murders, spending his entire life in prison in loneliness.